Chapter 904. Five-star demonic pupils. Shield of punishment. Bang! Layers upon layers of heavy explosions exploded in the sky, and an incomparably majestic and shocking aura directly swept out from the area above Chu-Hen. Rings of vigorous light waves blossomed in all directions, spreading through the air like a blazing ball of fire. The rapid waves of true energy were like a torrent of water that had been cut off from the middle. From top to bottom, they flowed towards Chu-Hen's left and right sides. What? He actually blocked it. Everyone present turned pale with fright, their eyes wide open. Even Lei Jixin of the Thunder Saint Palace couldn't help but furrow her brows. In the situation just now, even she wouldn't have been able to block such an attack from Xiaochuan because the time was simply too short. From gathering true energy to releasing a defense, there was simply no time to react. However, in the blink of an eye, Chu-Hen's defense had already been completed. Moreover, it was so indestructible that it could be called an absolute defense. This guy? On the side of Innocence Valley, Shinto Etienne clenched his fists in shock. That purple shield of light was simply as stable as a stone tablet that wouldn't melt for 10,000 years. Just what kind of terrifying defensive power could reach such a level? Bang! Before everyone could recover from their shock, the violent storm of energy directly exploded from the center. A fierce figure exuding a vicious and evil aura was like a divine blade that split apart the chaotic waves of true essence. Dragging his saber behind him, he rushed straight towards Xiaochuan. He moved like lightning, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. An aura comparable to that of a vicious beast poured down. Chu-Hen gripped the hilt of the heavenly karma blade with both hands. Incomparably violent black lightning scurried along the blade, erupting with a monstrous divine might. Crack! The heavenly karma blade, crisscrossed with lightning patterns, tore through the air and slashed down towards Xiaochuan's head with the power to cleave the heavens. You're courting death. Xiaochuan's eyes darkened. True energy gathered in his palm, and a majestic aura that could topple mountains and overturn the seas surged out as he met the attack head-on. Scram! Boom! Bang! The collision of the sword and the palm was like a clap of thunder. A violent power instantly burst out from between the two of them, and a circle of powerful ripples swept out vertically. The space violently trembled, and the chaotic, blade-like airflow attacked the two of them. One was cold and indifferent, and the other had a gloomy expression. After all, he was a sky-profound realm expert. Xiaochuan's figure was as steady as a mountain. He fiercely glared at Chu-Hen and said, "Little bastard, today I will break your bones. Buzz!" As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of strange black shadow suddenly appeared behind Chu-Hen without any warning. This figure seemed to be clinging tightly to Chu-Hen's back, as if he was attached to it. Chaotic force. In the next instant, the black shadow moved on its own as if it was a living creature. It punched out, its arm bypassing Chu-Hen's shoulder and smashing into Beichuan's chest. Bang! A heavy and ferocious sound came from Beichuan's body. In an instant, everyone's pupils shrank. What was that thing? This sudden punch not only gave Beichuan an unimaginable blow, but it also contained the power to split mountains and split the earth. It was completely caught off guard and unexpected. Ugh! A mouthful of blood gushed out of Beichuan's mouth. His blood churned and his organs trembled. In a hurry, Beichuan hurriedly used the impact of the shock to retreat. This detestable guy had too many tricks up his sleeve. However, almost at the same time, the corner of Chu-Hen's mouth curled into a cruel sneer. Whoosh! The sword moved with his heart. The blue sky sword, which he wielded from afar, shot out like an aurora meteor, dragging a majestic wave of air behind it as it chased after Beichuan. As an elder of Honesty Valley, he naturally knew the uniqueness of the blue sky sword. He clasped his hands together and instantly condensed an astonishing amount of true yuan. However, What was out of everyone's expectations was that Chu Hen once again sent out a palm in the air. Crack! A sturdy bolt of black lightning immediately spread out from his palm, like a stream of light that pierced through the galaxy. It instantly chased after the blue sky soared in front of him. Violent black lightning covered the entire blue sky sword, forming streaks of lightning arcs that scuttled restlessly. From afar, it looked like the blue sky sword was dragging a terrifying bolt of lightning as it moved forward. When the blue sky sword reached Beichuan, the holy sword once again split into four, transforming into four identical sword shadows. Similarly, the four bolts of lightning behind it also split into four. What? Beichuan's pupils trembled. He couldn't block all of these sword shadows in time. In just a split second of hesitation, the lightning dragged by the four sword shadows suddenly wrapped around Beichuan's limbs. Clang! A huge electric current surged into Beichuan's body like a tide, and his limbs immediately felt numb. Too slow, old dog Beichuan. In the next second, an icy voice sounded beside his ear. A blurry afterimage floated in the space to Beichuan's left. The flying immortal technique flickered, as if it was teleportation. Chu Hen silently appeared behind Beichuan. A thick and dangerous aura enveloped this sky, profound realm expert. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere, and broken internal organs flew everywhere. Under the countless trembling gazes of the audience, an incomparably violent bolt of black lightning pierced through Beichuan's back and split open from his chest. Silence. Everything was silent, a deathly silence. Only the bolt of black lightning condensed in Chu Hen's palm let out an impassioned, long howl. Chu Hen coldly stood behind Beichuan, one hand firmly pressed down on his opponent's shoulder, while the other hand, surrounded by black lightning, forcibly pierced through Beichuan's body. Fresh blood danced in the air like dazzling flower petals. That young figure was cold and emotionless, as cold as a frost blade. Heavens! This was an expert of the sky profound realm. In the entire victorious East State, he belonged to the top of the pyramid. At this moment, in Chu Hen's hands, he was miserable, pitiful, and laughable. Shinta Etienne, Shaolin, and the others widened their eyes, their faces pale. Even Lei Jixin looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. From start to finish, from the start of Beichuan's attack, only about 20 seconds had passed. Merely 20 seconds had passed, and the sky-profound realm Beichuan was already in Chu Hen's hands. The series of moves and methods could be said to be shocking, incomparably fierce, and so powerful that it made people's hearts tremble. Cough, cough! Beichuan blankly looked at the lightning hand that pierced through his chest, and then with great difficulty turned his head to look behind him. What entered his eyes was a pair of cold and terrifying purple pupils. Deep, gloomy, the 5 black dots in the depths were like a wheel of fate that could drag people into the abyss of death. An incomparably complex expression appeared on Beichuan's face. He then slowly turned his head toward Shinto Etienne, his eyes filled with ridicule and mockery. It was only at this moment that Beichuan truly understood just what kind of terrifying opponent had Shinto Etienne provoked. Not only them, it wouldn't be long before the entire innocent valley would be annihilated. Ha, 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 ha. When he thought of this, Beichuan couldn't help but laugh. He laughed at his miserable fate, at Shinto Etienne's stupidity, and even more at the tragic fate that was about to befall innocent valley. But in the next instant, his laughter came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 905. Boom! The brief, self-mocking laughter came to an abrupt end. A dazzling black flower of lightning exploded from Xiao Chuan's chest. Scarlet blood rained down from the sky, and broken organs and flesh flew everywhere. In an instant, everyone present turned pale with fright, and their hearts trembled. The elder of Honesty Valley, a sky-profound realm expert, was like an ant in Chu Hen's hands, crushed to death. His fate was so miserable that it was shocking to see. Swoosh! Drifting in the red rain, Chu Hen stood in the void, demonic and demonic. His increasingly cold aura was like a frosty blade. Black light floated, and his purple eyes were like a demon's. After killing Xiao Chuan, the evil aura he emitted had multiplied again. Buzz, the incomparably strong spatial rhythm, made the souls of the people around tremble. In the sky above the ninth heaven, dark clouds surged. Under the violent wind, the scarlet blood energy that filled the air actually formed a domineering astral wind around Chu Hen. Tens of thousands of blood threads of light gathered into Chu Hen's body like a whale sucking in water. Such a scene was like rivers returning to the sea, containing all the spiritual energy in the world. This is not good. Looking at the scene in front of them, the already trembling crowd felt even more uneasy, as if they were facing a great enemy. This is breaking into the profound sky realm? How could this be? At this moment, countless people felt as if the sky had darkened, and the illusory canopy that appeared in the sky became increasingly strange and evil. Kiki, the distant evil laughter, seemed to pass through the endless mountains, rivers, people, ancient cities, deserts, great rivers, and the sea of stars. It was like the laughter of the evil god, the sinister evil being sitting on the stone skeleton chair, holding a blood-red four-leaf scythe, laughed more and more clearly. Its eyes were as black as ink, without a trace of white in them, looking down at the earth at Chu Hen, who was shrouded in a monstrous bloody light. As if it was looking at its proudest masterpiece, the evil god's power was born from killing. The power of Qi Tian started with destruction. The more he killed, the faster his strength would grow. Chu Hen, who was immersed in the slaughter, mercilessly reaped the lives of everyone. The heretic god's power that he possessed rapidly rose and sharply. Buzz! The astonishing aura was like the magma inside a rapidly brewing volcano, and the uncontrollable bloody light was like a holy radiance that pierced through the clouds. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and violent winds blew. Chu Hen's aura was like a ferocious beast that was about to awaken. The entire Xian Kshetra sky domain trembled uneasily. Kill him. What are you waiting for? Shinto Itian's mind was in chaos, especially when Chu Hen killed Beichuan in a few moves. This young master of Innocence Valley, who used to have a cool head, finally lost it. Irritation, hatred, and unconcealable fear were written all over Shinto Itian's face. He shouted at Shaolin and the 3 trusted guards behind him, "Go! Kill him while he's breaking through. Do you all want to die?" Now, that's right. Everyone's mind trembled, and they suddenly woke up. They once again revealed their ferocious intent and burst out with intense killing intent. They pounced at Chu Hen from all directions. Kill him now. Everyone attack together. Send him to hell. Their scarlet eyes were like crazy beasts. They surrounded the Heaven Dynasty and Innocence Valley people, led by Shaolin, and they all attacked Chu Hen. Their survival instincts forced them to make a choice. Chu Hen was too ferocious. If they didn't kill him, no one would be able to leave safely today. Waves of fierce aura attacked from the surroundings. Chu Hen, who was shrouded in the bloody red light, was unmoved. His cold eyes were still as calm as a blade. Then he raised his eyes, and a monstrous, ferocious aura erupted like a 10,000-year-old volcano. The surging bloody light spread out in all directions with him as the center. Get lost. Bang! It was comparable to the endless impact of the undercurrent in the deep sea. The terrifying power swept across everyone's body. Chu Hen's aura burst out completely. Dust filled the sky, and flowers fell everywhere. It was as if he had broken through the shackles and torn the sky net, creating the aura of profound sky. The sky shook, and the mountains and rivers were suppressed. The soaring true origin energy soared into the sky. It was unprecedentedly majestic and shook Xian Sha of the sky region. Bang, bang! In an instant, Everyone who was charging over was blown away by this ferocious aura. They vomited blood, and their bones were broken. Some of them were even smashed into a bloody mist. Shao Lin of the Heaven Dynasty's face was pale, and his internal organs were trembling. He was terrified. Whoosh! In the next instant, Chu Hen tilted his body, and his gaze swept towards Shinto Etienne. The undisguised killing intent came from the grim Reaper's gaze. Shinto Etienne's face was ashen. The moment he saw Chu Hen's purple pupils, he received the signal of death. Whoosh! Chu Hen immediately disappeared on the spot. Everyone could only see an afterimage flash past. Shinto Etienne was shocked, and without thinking, he turned around and fled, but in the next second, with an explosive bang, one of Shinto Etienne's shoulders exploded into pieces. Ah! The shrill scream made people's hair stand on end, and their hearts constricted. Young Master Shinto, the mocking voice pierced Shinto Etienne's eardrums like a sharp knife. As the wind whistled past, a blur quietly appeared behind him. Where is your healing bloodline power? Sarcasm. The most contemptuous sarcasm. You can still reconnect the broken meridians. Then what about now? Chu Hen's fierce voice paused for a moment, and a malevolent and fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy and muffled bangs resounded successively in the heavens and the earth, and a shrill cry that was even more miserable than anyone else's resounded. Shinto Etienne's legs and other arm were forcefully blasted into a ball of bloody mist. Ah! His handsome face twisted, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was hysterical, ruthless, truly ruthless. Such cruel methods. In the eyes of the crowd, Chu Hen was simply like a demon. Ah, I won't let you off. I want you to die without a burial place. I want to slaughter everyone in Mount Kunliu and make them slaves for eternity. I want them to die without a complete corpse. Shinto Etienne roared like a wild beast. However, these were just meaningless last words. Not bad last words. Maybe in your next life. Whoosh! The Tianai blade, which was spitting out violent black lightning, slashed out a beam of light that was as beautiful as the bright moon. Death Chi soared into the sky. Shinto Etienne's voice instantly fell silent. Under countless shocked gazes, his broken body was split into 2 halves from the middle. Cruel, merciless, new hatred, and old hatred. This was Chu Hen's cruelest revenge against Shinto Etienne. On the other side, Shao Lin's expression changed drastically. He felt as if the sky had darkened. He swayed his unsteady body and roared angrily in the direction of the Thunder Saint Palace. Lei Jixin, how long are you going to wait? The Thunder Saint Palace. His words woke everyone up. The eyes of everyone from the Thunder Saint Palace sank, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. However, it was not that they were unwilling to make a move, but that even they were shocked by the series of shocking changes, from killing Beichuan in a few moves to Shinto Etienne's suffering. Everything had happened so quickly that they didn't even have time to react. Roar! Just as he finished speaking, a white saber-toothed tiger appeared out of thin air and released its ferocious aura. An overwhelming aura poured down on Shaolin. The latter was so shocked that he did not even have the thought to face the attack. He turned around and fled. Similarly, the moment Shaolin turned his back to Chu Hen, his tragic ending was already destined. Whoosh! With a flip of Chu Hen's palm, the Tianai blade covered in black lightning flew out like an arrow leaving the bow. Buzz! A fierce and vigorous power swept out. As it moved, the Tianai blade's blade rapidly elongated. Light flowed, and it immediately transformed into an ice-cold, dragon's pine cold spear. Roar! The draining god's spear dragged out a thick wave of air in the air. An ancient lizard dragon's shadow surrounded the spear, emitting an earth-shaking, ferocious might. The distance between the two was rapidly shortened. Like a meteor chasing the moon, it pierced through the sky. Hiss! A series of blood splattered in the sky. The ice-cold, sharp weapon penetrated into his flesh and bones. Xiao Lin's pupils violently shrank. Pain spread from his back to his entire body. Then, a sharp spear connected to the dragon's spine, directly pierced through his chest and crushed his heart. Ah! This scream was weak and pale. However, in the ears of the others, it was an unbearable, sharp pain. Bang! The draining god spear, along with Xiao Lin's body, heavily fell on the high firmament platform in front of them. The crushed stones on the ground split open. The ice-cold spear tip was like a long nail, firmly nailing Xiao Lin to the platform. Blood flowed out on the ground. Xiao Lin's eyes were dim and full of unwillingness. This was the first time he touched the draining god spear. He never thought that he would come into contact with the sacred spear of the Heaven Unified Dynasty in this way. Xiao Lin unwillingly raised his swollen green face and helplessly looked forward. A few meters in front of him, several figures could be said to be shivering. Looking at those people's terrified expressions, Xiao Lin seemed to be smiling, but it was more like his facial features were twisted because of the pain. Then he powerlessly tilted his head and died with his eyes wide open. The people in front of him were even more afraid. They didn't even dare to raise their heads and subconsciously retreated. "Imperial brother, let's hurry up and leave." However, just as he finished speaking, an ice-cold and ruthless aura surged like a tide. The cold and emotionless voice was even more like a blade. Chapter 906. Since you're here, then don't leave the princes and princesses of the Seven Souls Nation. Killing intent filled the sky, and a bone-chilling aura surged forth like a tidal wave, shrouding the high heaven platform in front of them. This was truly a terrifying coincidence. First killing Beichuan, then killing Shen Tu, the draining god spear fell with the momentum of piercing through the galaxy, nailing Xiao Lin of Heaven's Unity Imperial City to the high firmament platform's platform. And on this high heaven platform, Yan Jinbei, Yan Ludong, and Yan Rong of the Seven Souls Palace were coincidentally hiding. Perhaps this was fate. Buzz, a thick, evil aura lingered around Chu Hen, emitting an unparalleled might. A pair of purple eyes looked down, as if looking at a few corpses. That time in the Seven-Star City, Yan Jinbei fanned the people of the city, pointing out that Chu Hen had a 7-star soul, which caused the whole city to surround and kill him. Today, when the enemies met, not only were their eyes red, but the people of the Seven Souls Palace were also frightened. They originally planned to take advantage of the chaos, but they were directly tricked by Xiao Lin before he died. He could have died anywhere, but he just had to die at their feet. But fate was just so strange. Must you be so ruthless? Second Prince Yan Liudong's voice trembled as he asked sternly, "Ha ha ha." Chu Hen looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter was full of mockery and disdain. "Do you think you're worthy to say such words?" Crack! Before he finished speaking, Chu Hen raised his hand and condensed it. In an instant, an incomparably swift and fierce black lightning pierced through the sky. Like a heaven-punishing demonic blade, it instantly pierced into Yan Liudong's heart. Second brother. Yan Rong's face was pale, and she let out a panicked cry. Yan Liudong powerlessly fell to the ground, and his round eyes seemed to be expressing his last unwillingness. Damn it! Crown Prince Yan Jinbei was enraged, and his entire face twisted. Then a ferocious aura burst out. "Bastard, I'll fight it out with you. Fight out!" This angry roar was deafening, but in Chu Hen's calm eyes it was powerless. Buzz! The enraged Yan Jinbei soared into the sky, and a ball of dazzling silver light shone from his palm. The inscriptions of the Big Dipper floated on his palm, and the position of the alcade was the brightest and most dazzling. Yan Jinbei had the aura of being in control of the stars. The light of the glorious sun bloomed, but there was also a majestic aura that could shake mountains and rivers. However, in the next instant, the blue sky sword, which had been circling around Chu Hen, shot towards Yan Jinbei like an aurora. Hua! As it moved, the Jiran's sword shockingly transformed into hundreds and thousands of dense sword images. Like a flying shuttle of light that had been traveling for thousands of years, countless sword chis set off an unparalleled killing intent. Yan Jinbei's pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip, and his twisted face was immediately replaced by deep fear. Hiss! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing through flesh reverberated in the air, and a series of blood splattered in the air. The fourth princess, Yan Rong, who was behind Yan Jinbei, once again let out a heart-wrenching scream. No, however, her scream did not stop the attack of the sword chis. The eldest prince, Yan Jinbei, had become a living target. The terrifying sword chis that were comparable to a rain of arrows continuously pierced through Yan Jinbei's body. His miserable ending was not any inferior to Xiao Chuan, Shinta Itian, and the others, powerless, helpless, pitiful, and ridiculous. Fresh blood danced in the wind, causing the entire world to be immersed in red. Life was quickly draining away. At this moment, Yan Jinbei could not help but recall the words he said to the people from the major sects to deal with Chu Hen in Seven-Star City in order to kill with a borrowed knife. The Seven-Star Soul is with him. Whoever kills him will be able to obtain the treasure that's comparable to a relic. Everyone, I, Yan Jinbei, swear on my life that if I lie, I'll definitely die with a myriad of swords piercing my heart. This was what Yan Jinbei had said in Seven-Star City. At this moment, that vow had come true today. However, this was Chu Hen's merciless revenge. A myriad of swords pierced through his heart. A bloody corpse fell to the ground powerlessly. Ah! Yan Rong kneeled on the ground as though she had gone crazy. She no longer had the noble demeanor of a descendant of the imperial family. She looked like a crazy woman. The nightmare that had once haunted the depths of her soul was expanding crazily. From the Seven Souls Palace in Kongyu City, her third imperial brother, imperial uncle, and the Alcade Star Soul envoy. Now, it was her second imperial brother and eldest imperial brother. All of her relatives had died before her eyes. Was this Chu Hen's revenge on her? Devil. No, the man in front of her was even more terrifying than a devil. She regretted it. She really regretted it, completely. Yan Rong cried and wailed. It was hateful and pitiful. All of her hopes had been destroyed. The Seven Souls Nation's road to recovery had fallen into an abyss of eternal damnation. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chu Hen's eyes were emotionless. He killed people like they were chickens. It had to be said that Yan Rong looked really pitiful now. But who would pity my Mengchang? The cycle of karma and retribution. If there was no end to retribution, then he might as well cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, leaving no future trouble. The cold, murderous intent stacked up again. His handsome face looked fierce. From today onwards, the Seven Souls Nation will no longer exist in this world. Buzz. 5 black dots quietly rotated in the depths of his purple pupils, emitting strange energy waves. The next moment, the heaven-reaching platform, where Yan Rong and the rest were standing, suddenly rose into the sky with purple, demonic flames. Like a tornado, the flames mercilessly swallowed the corpses of Yan Jinbei, Yan Ludong, and the rest of the people from the Seven Souls Palace. The shocking scene made people tremble uneasily. The 3 teams from Innocence Valley, Heaven United Dynasty, and Seven Souls Palace were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. And it was far from over. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, a star bead that was glowing with silver light flew out of the purple sea of flames. Alcade Star Soul Pearl. Chu Hen didn't hesitate to put the 5th Star Soul Pearl in his palm. The other 4 star soul pearls in his body all sensed it and emitted restless waves on the other side. Lei Jixin watched the scene unfold in front of her. Now that things had come to this, Thunder Saint Palace could no longer stand by and watch. No one expected that even the sky-profound realm Beichuan would be killed in an instant. If this dragged on, it might not be beneficial to Thunder Saint Palace. Kill him. Lei Jixin's cold voice caused quite a stir in the hearts of everyone present. As soon as she finished speaking, the dozen or so experts from Thunder Saint Palace beside her all burst out with an incomparably violent aura. Thunder shocked the heavens. Each of them emitted a dazzling sacred thunder armor, looking imposing. As expected of Thunder Saint Palace, their attacks were different. Everyone present was secretly shocked, but at the same time they also felt hatred. If Thunder Saint Palace had acted earlier, perhaps they wouldn't have had to wait until now. Chu Hen, you little thief, don't be so arrogant. We'll let you see our power. Set up the formation. A young man in the lead shouted. Clang! In an instant, strong silver lightning burst out from each person's body. The lightning intertwined with each other and immediately turned into a large lightning net. Like a lightning snake, the lightning bolts wantonly moved, dazzling everywhere they went. The vertical lightning net was like a huge waterfall pouncing towards Chu Hen. Meanwhile, Chu Hen leaned to the side, his eyes cold, and two sharp purple lights flashed out. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the blue sky sword once again swept through the air, sweeping up a terrifying killing intent towards the people of Thunder Saint Palace. Buzz, buzz! The holy sword shone brilliantly, covered in black lightning. Along with the trembling space, the blue sky soared rapidly enlarged, abruptly transforming into an enormous sword that was 300 meters wide. Active dark lightning covered the blade of the sword, and it moved up and down like dangerous lightning snakes. Immediately afterwards, Chu Hen's eyes widened again, and an invisible and shocking aura spread out rapidly. Roar! An azure dragon formed from purple flames appeared out of thin air. It soared into the sky with its huge body and quickly wrapped itself around the huge sword. The three types of energy were perfectly connected. The holy light of three different colors could be said to cause the sky and earth to lose their splendor. For example, a divine rainbow pierced through the sky. Bang! With a loud bang, the godly blade-like sword directly pierced into the lightning net formed by the experts of Thunder Saint Palace. The unparalleled power poured down, and a huge hole was directly pierced in the middle of the lightning net. Sparks flew, and a rain of light filled the sky. The expressions of the experts of Thunder Saint Palace changed drastically. They never thought that the lightning formation they were so proud of would be useless under Chu Hen's attack. In a hurry, everyone hurriedly retreated. However, there were still a few slower experts of Thunder Saint Palace who were smashed into pieces by the terrifying sword aura. What was even more shocking was that after tearing apart the heavenly lightning net, the gigantic sword shadow that was covered in black lightning and surrounded by a purple dragon continued to slash towards Lei Jixin and Lei Xiaolan. Not good. Retreat. Today was different from the past. Lei Jixin didn't dare to face Chu Hen's attack head-on. She immediately retreated with Lei Xiaolan. Boom! In the next moment, the huge sword pierced through the air, accompanied by incomparably shrill roars and screams, and a large amount of blood splattered. Even though Lei Jixin and Lei Xiaolan managed to dodge in time, the golden lion qi beneath them was forcefully cleaved into two. Chapter 907. Roar! Blood rained down from the sky, and incomparably mournful roars and screams sent chills down everyone's spines. In an instant, under the shocked gazes of countless people present, the majestic golden lion was actually like a mountain that had been split in half, forcibly cut into two by the shockingly huge sword that was like a divine blade. Hiss! Everyone present could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their hearts trembled and their pupils shrank. All of their faces were filled with intense shock. This sword strike was simply terrifying. A scarlet rain of blood and internal organs danced in the air. Following that, the two halves of the golden lion qi's body fell heavily from the sky. Half of it fell into the clouds below, while the other half smashed onto the sky-reaching platform, directly crushing half of the platform. Such a shocking scene was akin to a god slaying a demon. Damn it. Lei Jixin's eyes were cold, and her face was as cold as frost. A sacred sword that resembled an icicle immediately appeared in her hand. On the other side, Lei Xiaolan also released a powerful Reiki energy. Thousands of dazzling runes fluttered like spiritual butterflies, dazzling and dazzling. After killing the golden lion Qi with a single strike, Chu Hen's killing intent became even stronger. He did not say a word, but the aura of destruction revealed in his cold purple eyes was enough to explain everything. Chi, Chu Hen condensed a single hand, and black lightning covered his entire arm. Dragging along the incomparably violent lightning energy, he instantly charged into the Thunder Saint Palace's crowd. Not only was the lightning net unable to trap Chu Hen, but even the golden lion Qi was killed in one strike. This immediately caused the Thunder Saint Palace's experts to lose their composure. In front of Chu Hen, losing their composure meant that they were standing with the Grim Reaper. Lei Ting, be careful! Lei Xiaolan, who was in the rear area, exclaimed. What? As soon as she finished speaking, an incomparably violent bolt of black lightning streaked across the sky like a startled dragon. The pupils of the young man called Lei Ting violently trembled. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. The lightning energy gathered in Chu Hen's palm had directly pierced through his body. The defensive power formed by the silver sacred lightning armor was practically non-existent. A terrifying destructive power burst forth from within, and his internal organs were immediately crushed. Along with a helpless howl, Chu Hen did not even look at his opponent. He did not even blink. Without any reluctance, he retracted his arm and rushed towards another person. The fierce battle never stopped. Even though it was the Thunder Saint Palace that made a move this time, the situation didn't seem to have changed much from before. It was still a one-sided massacre. He didn't have any ability to fight back. Boom! Bang! The silver lightning and the black lightning collided in the air, bursting into a series of dazzling fireworks. The sky darkened and the sky darkened. No matter how fast and powerful the attacks from the Thunder Saint Palace were, they couldn't even touch the hem of Chu Hen's clothes. Every move was a direct confrontation, and no one could withstand a single blow from Chu Hen. Whoosh! At this moment, Lei Jixin attacked with her sword in hand. The ice pillar-like holy sword shone brightly, and with one strike, it triggered the power of heaven. Violent winds stirred up the firmament, and a shocking, majestic sword pillar rushed forward, slashing towards Chu Hen, who was in front of her. The power of the sacred body of thunder was fully displayed, and thunder rumbled in all directions. Don't think too highly of yourself, Lei Jixin shouted coldly. Facing such a destructive strike, Chu Hen did not even frown. However, the same cold and indifferent chilliness was clearly stirred within his eyes. Buzz! The surging power of the 7 stars gathered in the palm of his left hand at an extremely fast speed, and a steady stream of qi was injected into it. The restless, holy light of the stars was like a sun in the sky. Chu Hen dragged the power of the 7 stars in his palm and faced the oncoming sword pillar head-on. Bang! Like a shocking rainbow, it unexpectedly met the meteorite. The power of the light wave spread in all directions, causing the space to tremble endlessly. Just when everyone thought that there was finally someone who could restrain Chu Hen, a shocking scene happened again. They saw Chu Hen pushing the ball of holy light in his palm, crushing forward with the power of breaking bamboo. Boom, boom, boom. The majestic sword pillar collapsed layer by layer, breaking into pieces inch by inch. Chu Hen's power was like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He crushed the sword pillar that was charging towards him from the top to the bottom. Looking at the unstoppable Chu Hen charging at her like a ferocious beast, Lei Jixin's expression changed slightly. Then she formed a seal with one hand, clang. Like a spider web, Thousands of lightning bolts bloomed in all directions with her as the center. The densely packed lightning bolts crisscrossed like electric vines, emitting a manic and dangerous aura. Bang, bang, bang. However, Chu Hen allowed the lightning to strike his body. He didn't care about the split open skin and flesh on his body. His fist broke through the force of 10,000 caddies and struck towards Lei Jixin. Humph! Lei Jixin was not in a hurry. She held the holy sword in her hand horizontally and blocked Chu Hen's punch head-on. Boom! A circle of vigorous air waves rippled out from between the two of them, and a vicious aura that surpassed that of a ferocious beast surged down. Lei Jixin suddenly felt her arm go numb, and the holy sword in her hand was almost thrown out. The impact of the ferocious punch directly sent her opponent flying backward. Buzz! At the same time, the rune technique that Lei Xiaolan set up quietly took shape. She looked at the ferocious young figure in front of Lei Jixin with a complicated gaze. It's really a pity. Although I don't want to kill you, I can only apologize. Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, a flowing rune light will condensed in front of Lei Xiaolan. This light was like a small nebula storm, and the energy wave that it emitted was especially intense and shocking for a rune artist. As long as they had enough time to complete the rune technique, they could easily kill someone of a higher rank. Swoosh! However, as soon as Lei Xiaolan finished speaking, a piercingly cold sound of wind breaking suddenly exploded from behind her. Not good. I was too careless. Lei Xiaolan turned pale with fright, as if she suddenly understood something. Hiss! A cold green sword shadow passed through the left side of her abdomen, and the sharp blade instantly left a bloody mark on her body. Then, with the momentum of returning to its nest, it firmly struck the colorful light wheel in front of Lei Xiaolan. Bang! It was earth-shattering. Before the terrifying, majestic energy could even hit its target, it had already exploded. Thousands of beautiful rune shadows bloomed, like fireworks in the dark night, illuminating the heaven and earth and dazzling the sky. The residual energy swept in all directions and swept out, like a raging tsunami that backfired on Lei Xiaolan. Ugh! Lei Xiaolan spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face immediately became as pale as a sheet of paper. Shock and horror filled the faces of the people from the Thunder Saint Palace and everyone else present. After Chu Hen killed the Golden Lion Qi, he didn't immediately put away the blue ran sword. Was this what he was waiting for? He effortlessly eliminated Lei Xiaolan, who was a powerful support, from the battlefield in an instant. This guy's battle experience is actually so rich. Under such circumstances, he can still maintain such a high efficiency in battle? Is it a coincidence? Or is it a scheme? The crowd didn't have any time to think. The blue ran sword dragged out a majestic wave of air in the void, and then steadily landed in Chu Hen's hand. His figure moved like a phantom, and Chu Hen's sword went straight for Lei Jixin's throat. His cold purple eyes were cold and emotionless. Lei Jixin frowned, and there was a trace of panic in her cold arrogance. Just when the blue ran sword's blade was less than half a meter away from the opponent's body, clang! A shocking lightning sword ray pierced through the sky, and with the momentum of a lightning god, it accurately hit the blue ran sword. Boom! A dazzling rain of light bloomed. Chu Hen's arm trembled, and his sword momentum paused slightly. At the same time, his face was filled with endless killing intent and chilliness. Hatred, swelling hatred, killing intent. Once again, his murderous aura rose sharply. Not long ago, it was this lightning sword ray that blocked between him and Meng Shang. It was also this sword ray that destroyed the last hope of Chu Hen saving Luo Mengchang. Hua! Chu Hen looked to the side, and his purple eyes were filled with hatred. He roared, "Come out!" Hum! With a strike of the sword, a solid sword ray pierced through the sky, rolling up the power of mountains and rivers, and fiercely bombarded the sky tower below. A roar of hatred, a ruthless sword momentum. Boom! The inconspicuous heaven-reaching platform was smashed into pieces in an instant. Violent and vigorous air waves swept out, and the sky was full of gravel. Under countless astonished gazes, a fierce and imposing young man dressed in gorgeous clothes swept over and stood there with a sword in his hand. He appeared in front of the crowd. Hua! As soon as this person appeared, it immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. The eyes of the injured Lei Xiaolan, who was behind Lei Jixin, lit up, and her face was filled with surprise. The man that she had been worried about finally appeared. Could this person be? That's right, the #1 genius of Thunder Saint Palace, Lei Mingho. A solemn voice resounded in the crowd below. Lei Mingho. He was also another monster who had the bloodline limit of the sacred body of thunder. He had finally come, or rather, he had always been here. This was the first time that Chu Hen and Lei Mingho met. The two stood facing each other, and Chu Hen's eyes surged with extremely cold, killing intent. Isn't it better to obediently hand over the heart of the mysterious killer thunder? The corners of Lei Mingho's mouth curled up slightly. His tone was neither warm nor angry, it was very calm. Just like Lei Jixin, he had a kind of arrogance. Give me your dog life in exchange. Chu Hen spat out a cold and sharp word from his throat. Ha ha ha! Lei Mingho looked up to the sky and laughed. He was in high spirits, and he did not seem to be too afraid of Chu Hen, who had slaughtered many experts in a row. Chapter 908. I have seen all the moves you've used just now. The corner of Lei Mingho's mouth curled up as interest surged between his brows. He looked at Chu Hen from the corner of his eyes and said frivolously and mockingly, I really want to try out your sword. Whoosh! An unparalleled aura swept out and set off a gust of cold wind. After Chu Hen had killed so many experts in a row, no one would be able to remain so calm and collected. As for Lei Mingho, as the #1 genius of the Thunder Saint Palace, he still maintained his innate arrogance and pride. The two of them confronted each other from afar, and the aura they emitted was as majestic as a mountain. The killing intent in Chu Hen's eyes became colder and colder. He did not conceal the hatred in his bones at all. I think you will die a horrible death. Every single word was as sharp as a frosty blade. Ha ha ha! Lei Mingho laughed heartily. Then a crimson holy sword in his hand blossomed with brilliant lightning. I'm looking forward to it. Whoosh! The sharp sword force tore through the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. Lei Mingho instantly disappeared from where he stood. The long sword that was swallowing and spitting out violent lightning was dragged out, and directly chopped towards Chu Hen. The sound of thunder and the sound shocked the heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, Lei Mingho had already flashed in front of Chu Hen. His speed was so fast that it was like a mirage. The piercingly cold and extraordinary sword aura even emitted a monstrous killing intent. The sword, as fast as lightning, went straight for Chu Hen's throat. It was as if everyone was about to see the scene of Chu Hen's blood splattering in the blue sky in the next second. So fast, as expected of Lei Mingho. Bang! But the scene that followed immediately destroyed the imagination of the surrounding people. The crimson holy sword, which was spitting out silver lightning, collided with the blue sky sword, which was flickering with black lightning. Chu Hen held his sword and blocked his opponent's attack. Sword chi flew everywhere and lightning intertwined. The different colored electric arcs were like two pythons fighting and killing each other, blooming with dense light and shadows. Not bad. A wisp of cold ridicule appeared on Lei Mingho's face. Unfortunately, it's not worth mentioning before me. Chi. As soon as he finished speaking, for sharp silver lightning pillars shot out from Lei Mingho's back. Wild energy flowed rapidly. These 4 lightning pillars were quickly positioned at 4 different angles. They were like the pincers of a demonic beast that was quickly closing its jaws. They stabbed towards Chu Hen in unison. If it was a normal person, the best choice would be to retreat and dodge. However, not only did Chu Hen not move, an even more powerful and vigorous aura exploded out from within his body. A layer of black light floated around his body, and a surge of surging hidden force followed along with the power to pour down. Bang! Heavy muffled sounds rang out, and a circle of condensed black light ripples spread out from the two's weapons. Lei Mingho's body trembled as if he had been hit by a powerful current. Then he was sent flying backward. Rumble. In the next moment, the 4 sharp lightning pillars deviated from their original trajectory as Lei Mingho moved backward. They almost brushed past Chu Hen's chest and then intertwined in the air in front of him. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. Without saying a word, he pulled out the blue Ran sword at lightning speed, caught up with Lei Mingho in front of him, and slashed horizontally. Die for me! Chu Hen roared, and his grim face became ferocious. There was no doubt that compared to the others, he hated Lei Mingho even more. If it was not for the other party's interference at the last moment, Luo Mengchang would not have been dragged into the space-devouring hole. Feeling the evil qi emitting from Chu Hen's body, a hint of caution appeared in Lei Mingho's eyes. After all, he was able to end Bei Chuan's life in a few short moves. Being too careless was not a good thing. Sacred body of thunder. Sacred armor. The power of the sacred body's bloodline boundary was instantly released, and an aura that suppressed everyone present surged out of Lei Mingho's body. Everyone around him showed a look of envy and passion. Sacred body's bloodline. It was the symbol of supremacy. Anyone who had a sacred body was destined to have an extraordinary life. Crack! Thousands of brilliant vines flowed out and covered Lei Mingho's body. They immediately transformed into a brilliant, luxurious, and sacred armor. This was a sacred armor formed by the pure power of thunder. Its aura was shocking, like the armor of the god of war. Then Lei Mingho struck with his sword, fearlessly pointing it at the blue Ran sword that Chu Hen was dragging towards him. Boom! It was another solid, head-on confrontation. Lei Mingho's sacred sword accurately pointed at the blue Ran sword's blade. As soon as the two collided, the armor on Lei Mingho's body directly exploded with the light of the star illuminating Sunday. Countless thunder and lightning rays bloomed in the sky. Flames soared to the sky, and thunder intertwined. The fierce power launched their attacks. This time, both of them retreated, the world turned dark, and the wind and clouds surged. Although Lei Mingho's body was not injured at all, and the sacred thunder armor was also unscathed, his eyes were filled with frost. Others might not know, but Lei Mingho knew best. His sacred thunder armor was not purely a defensive technique. It was both offensive and defensive. Once the opponent's attack came, it would automatically trigger the sacred armor's counterattack. The counterattack's lethality was also very fierce. On the other hand, Chu Hen's body was not injured at all. Buzz, a dense blood-colored radiance, revolved around Chu Hen's body. Within it, bewitching purple flames and demonic black radiance surged. An astonishing aura recklessly surged, and the ice-cold silhouette made people feel an indescribable palpitation. Swoosh! At the same time, Lei Jixin also displayed the sacred armor of the sacred Thunder Soul physique and attacked Chu Hen with her sword. Humph! In front of our sacred Thunder Soul physique, how much longer can you be arrogant? 9 heavens, heavenly thunder guide. Rumble! The wind blew violently, and the tribulation clouds rolled. Lei Jixin controlled the power of the heavenly thunder and used her sword to guide it. A bright brilliance illuminated the sky. A giant heavenly thunder with a diameter of over 100 meters fell from the sky. The destructive aura was like a divine punishment. Such a terrifying divine might could annihilate all living beings in the world in an instant. Chu Hen sneered, and a shocking power wave was released from his pupils. Shield of punishment. Buzz, along with a rhythmically distorted space, a purple light shield instantly blocked the sky above Chu Hen. On the light shield, there was a pair of demonic eyes that looked like the eyes of a demon god. It was that move again. Everyone outside the arena was shocked. Previously, it was this move that blocked Xiao Chuan's all-out attack. Would it be the same this time? The answer was obvious. Boom! A huge, destructive heavenly thunder fell heavily, shaking the heavens and earth and engulfing the sky. The majestic lightning wave bloomed in the sky like fireworks in the dark night, illuminating the world. However, such a destructive attack was directly blocked by the purple light shield. Everyone was secretly shocked. Just what level of defense was this? Even the sacred physique of Thunder's attack could not shake it at all. Humph. Even so, Lei Mingho's face revealed a mocking smile. This move of Chu Hen's could be called an absolute defense, but it could not be used continuously from the time he blocked Xiao Chuan until now. That was the time it took to trigger that move. And if he lost this defense, how long could Chu Hen laugh for? Rumble. While the battle was going on the other side of the sky, there was a sudden surge of turbulent waves. A majestic force like a mountain spread over here, followed by a deafening roar that made everyone's blood boil. "You little bastard who hurt my granddaughter, get out here!" Everyone's heart trembled, and their expressions changed. Could it be the Tai Ching sect's third elder? That's right, it's him, the big shot I mentioned before. Oh no, even the Tai Ching sect is involved. It seems like the Wind and Cloud Pavilions team is also following behind. Chapter 909. Tai Ching sect, Wind and Cloud Pavilions team arrived as promised. What was unexpected was that the Tai Ching sect's leader was none other than the sect's third elder. Tai Ching sect's third elder was called Li Xiao, be it status or identity. Xiao Chuan of Innocence Valley couldn't compare to him. He was definitely a person with great power in the sect. His cultivation had also reached the third level of the heavenly profound realm. No one would have thought that Tai Ching sect would let a third-level heaven profound realm expert lead the team to the ancient desolation heaven domain. It was a little too much. After all, the main reason for the existence of the ancient desolation heaven domain was a large arena to train the younger generation. It was filled with opportunities and dangers. Whether one was a dragon or a worm, it all depended on one's ability. Many clans and sects didn't even let their elders participate, allowing their younger disciples to roam around. Li Xiao's domineering appearance instantly caused a commotion in the entire Xian Kshetra Sky region. "Grandfather, he's the one who injured me and killed my husband." A voice filled with hatred and resentment was heard. Following that, a voice full of hatred and resentment rang out. A woman full of hatred pointed at Chu Hen in front of her and coldly yelled, "You're right." This woman was none other than Li Fengqing of Tai Ching sect, who had a conflict in 7-Star City. The husband she mentioned was young Master Jade, Song Yujie, who had been killed by her with a single palm strike. After so many days, Li Fengqing completely blamed all her hatred on Chu Hen. In the Battle of 7-Star City, not only did Tai Ching sect suffer heavy casualties, but Chu Hen also recruited Wu Yuan, Yan Hanlu, Shaoruoman, and other disciples to Mount Kunliu. Li Fengqing had always hated Chu Hen. She didn't expect to meet him in the Xian Kshetra Sky region today. It was really a coincidence that everything went according to her wishes. A cold wind blew, and a cold current filled the air. Lei Mingho sneered. "Looks like there are many people who want your life." Lei Jixin, who was standing on the other side, also had a mocking expression. "You won't be able to escape today." Buzz, the group of people from the Tai Ching sect, led by Li Xiao, also arrived in front of the crowd in an instant. The former was about 60 or 70 years old, with white hair and beard, a skinny figure, and sunken eyes. He emitted a gloomy and cold aura like a zombie. It was precisely such a dignified person who spoiled his granddaughter so much that it was almost unreasonable. Regardless of right or wrong, as long as Li Fengqing wanted to do something or kill someone, it would all be based on the other party's words. Without much questioning, Li Xiao stared at Chu Hen like he was looking at a dead man. Are you going to kill yourself, or do you want me to do it? His cold words seemed to be pronouncing a death sentence on Chu Hen. Everyone else in the room also cast dark glances at Chu Hen. In their opinion, Chu Hen should have died a long time ago. Wind blew in all directions, and dust flew everywhere. The blood on Chu Hen's body had long dried up, and it was still scarlet when it soaked his clothes. He glanced around coldly, and his purple eyes showed no fear. At this moment, Chu Hen actually tore a piece of cloth from his clothes. The cloth danced in the wind, and like a spiritual vine, it tightly entwined his right palm with the hilt of the blue Ran sword. All of you, come at me together! Come at me together! The heroic spirit soared to the sky, and he raised his sword to ask the heavens, and his momentum rose. A cold sword light, even if he was besieged on all sides. So what? The blue Ran sword had not finished drinking blood, and the desire to slaughter had not been extinguished. Why abandon the sword? Why abandon the sword? Buzz! A circle of invisible airwave rippled out from Chu Hen's eyes, and a vigorous momentum stacked up to the sky. His sword pointed in all directions, and there was nothing to fear. I, Chu Hen, am here. If you want my life, then come and take it. One sword to the end of the world. The proud son of heaven was insolent. A long song, and the sky was dyed with blood. Today I, Chu Hen, will turn into a demon, and I will make the sky region's Xian Kuin's sword run with blood like a river, blood like a river. The endless murderous aura made Chu Hen's demonic nature surge. Meng Shang was in love, and Chu Hen was angry. If he didn't sacrifice the blood of tens of thousands of people, how could it be called the end? Hatred, murderous intent. In a split second, Chu Hen's aura was so cold that it could seep into people's souls. However, with the appearance of Lei Mingho and Li Xiao, people's fear was reduced to the minimum. Guys, don't be scared by him. With Elder Li Xiao here, he will die for sure. You're right. This is just his last struggle. Kill him and take back the Xian Kuin, divine, Thunderheart. Their gloomy faces lit up with ferocity and greed again. Their fantasies about the Xian Kuin divine Thunderheart seemed to be ignited again. At the same time, their resentment toward Chu Hen was released. All kinds of emotions and restlessness in their hearts couldn't be suppressed, and they burst out. When you're angry, people are afraid. When you're miserable, people push you. In an instant, the moment Lei Mingho, Li Xiao, and the others made their moves, everyone around them also unleashed a raging aura. You've killed so many of my companions. I'm going to tear you to pieces, you despicable bastard. Even if I can't get the Xian Kuin divine Thunderheart, I will kill you. Kill. A momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas came crashing down like a raging tsunami. But this time, everyone had learned their lesson. No one rushed to the front, and all of them stood behind Lei Mingho, Li Xiao, and the others. They were waiting for Chu Hen to be unable to hold on any longer. Then they would throw themselves at him and give him the final blow. They just wanted to take his head and vent their anger from being killed so many times. Arrogant thing. How dare you talk so arrogantly in front of me? Li Xiao stretched out his palms. Suddenly, a wave of air covered the sky. In the next instant, the sky above the 9 heavens instantly formed an unprecedented violent turbulence. Dark shadows enveloped, wind and lightning rose, and a huge true yuan palm descended from the sky. Like the huge hand of a deity, it pressed down on Chu Hen's head. Great palm of destruction! Chu Hen's eyes darkened. He dragged his body and rushed toward the outside of the palm. At the same time, Lei Mingho transformed into a bolt of lightning that pierced through the sky as he shot forward, intercepting Chu Hen. Trying to leave now? It's too late. The palm was earth-shattering, and the Thunder Soul was extremely fast. Under the combination of the two, even a profound Heaven's Realm expert would not be able to escape death. Buzz! However, at this moment, a Tai Chi Yin Yang pattern spread out like a tide, instantly spreading in all directions. Seeing this move, Lei Jixin, who was on the other side, shouted coldly, "People behind, back away!" Back away. The people behind were shocked, but before they could react, the Tai Chi yin-yang pattern spread to the feet of one of them. In an instant, heaven and earth rotated, and the Tai Chi rotated. That person disappeared on the spot, and a fierce figure with rising murderous aura suddenly appeared in the crowd. Great teleportation technique. This was not the first time Lei Jixin saw Chu Hen use it. Previously, at the Great Path Cliff, the other party used this technique to complete his first escape. In an instant, Chu Hen and that person's positions were switched. Boom! The earth-shattering palm fell, and before that unlucky guy could figure out what happened, he was smashed into pieces by the Tai Chi sect's third elder's terrifying palm. Idiots! Lei Jixin scolded everyone for being stupid. Previously, they were all scared like dogs by Chu Hen. Now that the situation was reversed, they rushed out to add icing on the cake. They were really stupid. Indeed, a bunch of idiots. A cold voice came out of Chu Hen's mouth, and his eyes flickered with murderous intent like flames. "Isn't it better to take the opportunity to escape?" Everyone's heart trembled, and a bad premonition rose in them. Don't be afraid. Let's go together and kill. Hiss! Before he finished speaking, the cold sword had already cut the other party's throat. A rain of blood sprayed, and the bright liquid was so eye-catching. There's no chance. The death god's judgment came again. Chu Hen actually did not care about Lei Mingho, Li Xiao, and the others in the rear area, and directly plunged into the crowd, quickly reaping the lives of others. The scene of slaughter happened once again. Every sword cut the throat, and every move was fatal. The blue Ran sword was firmly entangled in Chu Hen's hand, and as if he was cutting melons and vegetables, the severed limbs were thrown one after another, and he drank the enemy's blood. Humph! You want to use the crowd as a cover? Your insignificant skill is still too inexperienced in front of me. It had to be said that Li Xiao was also not a kind person, and he regarded the lives of the people around Chu Hen as insignificant ants. A powerful force gushed out, a huge fist force, a surging palm force. Waves of power comparable to a flood and ferocious beast gushed out, and it was obvious that he wanted to bury Chu Hen and the others here. However, in the face of Li Xiao and Lei Mingho's attacks, Chu Hen actually retreated instead of defending, and he focused on dodging. Once the other party used a killing move, Chu Hen would immediately change his position, and the massacre would move to another side. There was no pattern to speak of, and it was completely arbitrary. Looking at the merciless killing god like Chu Hen in front of her, Lei Xiaolan, who did not participate in the battle due to her injuries, was suddenly startled. She then looked at the strange illusion in the sky. The evil god holding the scythe became more and more solid, and Chu Hen's power also became stronger. Buzz. Chapter 910. Killing can increase his power. Big Brother Mingho, stop him quickly. We can't let him continue killing. Looking at the increasingly clear illusory screen in the sky, the strange scene was like a shocking evil being about to descend upon the world. Lei Xiaolan seemed to have suddenly understood something, and hurriedly reminded Lei Mingho and the others loudly. Increase power by killing? Her words woke them from their dreams. In an instant, the hearts of everyone present trembled involuntarily. I see. Lei Mingho's eyes turned cold, and then he pounced at Chu Hen as fast as he could. At the same time, countless dazzling lightning arcs flowed all over his body. It's time for you to witness the true power of the sacred lightning soul physique. Buzz, an incomparably powerful and majestic aura instantly surged out from within Lei Mingho's body, and then he raised his arms, causing several powerful waves of air to overlap and tremble in the air. Bolts of lightning flashed, and 10 figures with piercingly cold and powerful auras suddenly separated from Lei Mingho's body. These 10 silhouettes were all formed from the powerful power of thunder and lightning. Apart from the outline of a person, Every other part of their body was filled with wantonly lightning. In other words, every inch of their body was an invisible killing weapon, indifferent, merciless. Chi, wind and thunder rose, and the lightning flashed wildly. The 10 lightning figures pounced at Chu Hen like gods and devils. Lei Mingho's eyes also focused, and he stared fixedly at Chu Hen's next move. The sacred lightning soul physique could transform the power of lightning into a combat clone. The display of this skill caused everyone present to be even more amazed. Even Tai Ching Sect's third elder, Li Zhao's expression changed slightly. This kid can actually use the power of the sacred lightning soul physique to such an extent. The younger generation will surpass us in time. While marveling at Lei Mingho's monstrous talent, Li Xiao was absolutely determined to kill Chu Hen. It was not surprising that the former had such achievements. After all, he came from the Thunder Saint Palace. On the other hand, Chu Hen, a mere nobody, had such abilities. If he were to be left alive, there would definitely be endless troubles in the future. Boom! Bang! With the addition of the 10 lightning doppelgangers, Chu Hen's merciless killing rhythm was immediately suppressed. Even though these lightning clones were only formed from energy, their movements all moved according to Lei Mingho's will. They cooperated with each other in an incomparably ingenious manner. Their switching between offense and defense was extremely swift and violent. Such a scene made Chu Hen feel like he was trapped in an impeccable killing formation. After the first 2 clones launched their attacks, before Chu Hen could launch a counterattack, the one behind immediately followed up. There were also those who assisted from the side and those who waited for opportunities to launch sneak attacks. Lei Mingho's 10 lightning doppelgangers were better than any team present. I once used these 10 clones to massacre an entire empire. You should be proud that you can force me to use this move. Lei Mingho shouted arrogantly as he joined the battle. However, Chu Hen's emotions did not seem to fluctuate in the slightest. His calm eyes were like a ferocious beast hiding in the bushes. Once the opponent showed a flaw, he would mercilessly bite off the opponent's throat. The efficient, fast-paced confrontation was dazzling. The collision between the powerful true essence and the fierce lightning caused sparks to fly everywhere. Chu Hen moved between Lei Mingho and his various lightning doppelgangers. He was swift and fierce, dragging his sword as he moved. It seemed like he could not break through the opponent's encirclement, but in reality, Lei Mingho's consumption was even greater. After all, it was not so easy to support 10 such powerful doppelgangers. Senior Brother Gu, are we not going to make a move? The Wind and Cloud Pavilion team was still in the rear area of the Tai Ching Sect team, with Gu Yongzhan as the leader. The group of experts were eyeing them covetously. There's no rush. Gu Yongzhan's eyes narrowed slightly, his arms crossed in front of him as he replied in a low voice. That old fart Li Xiao has come. The Tai Ching Sect must also want a share of the Xiansha Divine Thunderheart. There will be an even more chaotic scene later. If we act too early, we will be the ones to suffer. Gu Yongzhan did not take Chu Hen into consideration, because in his opinion, Chu Hen was almost a dead man. Previously in 7-Star City, Gu Yongzhan had a conflict with Chu Hen's group, but it could not be said to be a deep hatred. There was no need for him to run over and interfere at this time and add insult to injury. It's over. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the Tai Ching Sect's third elder, Li Xiao. He did not care about his status as an elder and struck out with his palm, hum! The space trembled, and a solid golden palm print broke through the air, directly attacking the battlefield in front of him. The mountain-like majesty crushed everyone present, and the aura of the third level of the sky profound realm was hard to shake. For example, the hand of the demon god. Wherever the palm went, the dust in the air was completely destroyed. Bang! Although Chu Hen had been guarding against the people around him, Li Zhao's palm was not easy to avoid, be it the power or the momentum. The terrifying huge golden palm ferociously smashed over. Not only was Chu Hen solidly hit, even Lei Mingho and his lightning doppelganger were forced to retreat a few steps from the shock. The chaotic true origin chi wave spread in all directions, and Chu Hen flew backward immediately. A faint trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He finally could not take it anymore. It was finally time for him to die. Everyone present revealed a sinister and ferocious expression. "Grandfather, don't let him die so easily. I want him to live a life worse than death." Li Fengqing, who was in the Taiching sex team, said resentfully and proudly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Hen, who was in front of him, suddenly exploded with a majestic evil aura. In the next instant, he stabilized his body and immediately drew out a violent bolt of black lightning in the void. Something unexpected happened. They saw that Chu Hen actually left Lei Mingho, Lei Jixin, and the others, and rushed towards Li Xiao like a wild beast. What? Was this guy crazy? Li Xiao's cultivation was 2 levels higher than his. Chu Hen's behavior was simply trying to make him die faster. However, from Chu Hen's calm demonic face, it seemed that this was not a temporary move, but more like he found an opportunity without hesitation. Could it be that his target from the beginning was Li Xiao? If that was the case, then it was really absurd and arrogant. "I'll kill you first, old dog." The cold tone was as sharp as a needle. Chu Hen's body was surrounded by purple light, and his eyes were like torches. He was extremely determined, and at the same time, a layer of obscure black light floated behind him. Li Xiao was so angry that he laughed. The other party was simply too arrogant. Chapter 9:11. At the same time that Li Xiao's majestic and powerful palm strike struck Chu Hen, it also forced Lei Mingho and his 10 lightning doppelgangers to retreat. Just when everyone thought that Chu Hen was completely finished, the other party did something that no one would have thought of. "I'll kill you first, you old dog!" Clang. In the air, there was a manic and bitingly coal-black lightning. Chu Hen was like a swallow returning from its nest. In an instant, he turned into a stream of light and flew straight towards Li Xiao's direction. He was as fast as the wind and lightning. Purple light flashed around his body. His eyes were like torches, exuding incomparable calmness. From everyone's point of view, Chu Hen was simply seeking his own death. He could have targeted anyone else first, but he chose Li Xiao, who was the strongest. If he were to say that he was confident, then he was overconfident. Li Xiao was not Xiao Chuan. The former's full-force attack was enough to kill an expert at the first level of the profound sky realm. Just in time. Li Xiao's eyes were filled with coldness. Without a doubt, Chu Hen's behavior had directly angered the 3rd elder of the Taiching sect. "How dare you? Let's see how you'll die. Sky rampage!" With a loud roar, Li Xiao put his palms together and crossed his fingers. The monstrous power of the 3rd level of the profound sky realm swept out like a tsunami. The wind howled and the sky darkened. Buzz! In an instant, a shocking golden stone pillar suddenly soared into the sky. With the momentum of piercing through the sky, it attacked the flying Chu Hen. The entire body of the golden stone pillar was covered with sharp thorns. Li Xiao's calculation was perfect. The speed at which the stone pillar rose was neither too fast nor too slow. It was just enough to hit Chu Hen. However, Li Xiao's actions seemed to have been seen through by Chu Hen's pair of demonic eyes. In an instant, Chu Hen changed his trajectory and directly bypassed the stone pillar. He somersaulted in the air and landed steadily on a sky-reaching platform in front of him. Boom! Immediately afterward, the Lingxiao platform under his feet suddenly burst open, and spider-web-like cracks instantly covered the entire platform. The fault overlapped and the rubble burst out. Another majestic spike stone pillar pierced through the platform of heaven and rose into the air. The speed in front and behind, the connection between up and down, all happened in the blink of an eye. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. He stepped on the broken stones of the high heaven platform and quickly moved forward, ignoring the rising stone pillars behind him. This was like a thrilling performance, but this performance didn't allow the slightest mistake. Otherwise, one's life would be forfeited. Boom! Boom! Dust and gravel flew everywhere. Incomparably dangerous and majestic stone pillars continuously shot up into the sky, sweeping up a piercingly cold killing intent as they blasted towards Chu Hen. But every time, Chu Hen dodged just in time. He flashed left and right, dodged up and down, nimble and light like a dragonfly on the surface of water. Everyone could only follow his afterimages, and they were unable to keep up with Chu Hen's rhythm. Whoosh! In just 2 to 3 blinks of an eye, Chu Hen had already arrived in front of Li Xiao. The latter was shocked and angry, but at the same time he felt extremely annoyed. Your performance isn't bad, but what about the next move? Just as he finished speaking, rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth shook, the mountains swayed, and the space trembled. Accompanied by the monstrous momentum of a volcanic eruption, huge golden stone pillars rose in a row, blocking between the two of them a majestic aura spread out in all directions. These majestic stone pillars directly separated the two of them from each other. Following that, Li Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of ferocity. The 5 fingers on his right hand condensed in the air, and billowing true origin surged out like waves and gathered in his palm, jumping like a manic flame. There was no doubt that Chu Hen, who was behind the stone pillars, did not know what Li Xiao was doing. At the same time, Li Xiao could not see what Chu Hen was doing. However, for the third elder of the Taiching sect, who was full of confidence, no matter what Chu Hen wanted to do next, he would be blasted into pieces by his merciless palm energy. Go to hell! The heavy sound was like thunder, but in the next moment, with a loud bang, the giant stone pillar that stood in front of Li Xiao suddenly collapsed. Exploding into pieces like tofu dregs, a fierce storm came, and the surging power was like a torrent that broke through a dam. Tens of thousands of bright stars shone like a dazzling sun. Everyone's pupils shrank involuntarily, especially third elder Li Xiao, who was sitting at the front amidst the brilliant holy light. Chu Hen's ice-cold eyes were filled with coldness. The inscription of the Big Dipper floated in his left palm, and the 5 stars in the pattern were lit up, so bright and dazzling that it was somewhat dazzling. Buzz, buzz, endless power of the stars gathered in Chu Hen's palm, and the restless power rose wantonly, causing the airflow in all directions to spin rapidly. 5-star soul critical strike. 5 critical strikes, the terrifying momentum could topple mountains and overturn seas, and it was unknown how many times stronger it was than 4 critical strikes. Li Xiao's expression changed, but he was also in a panic. With a fierce look in his eyes, he also pushed out the power that he had just gathered. Get lost! Bang! An unprecedented violent turbulence broke out in an instant, and the moment the 2 palms collided, the raging waves of air and light turned into a giant mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. It was earth-shattering, and the sky shook. A circle of condensed, vigorous light swept in all directions, engulfing heaven and earth. Rumble! The other several huge stone pillars behind Chu Hen were directly smashed into pieces. The several sky-reaching platforms behind Li Xiao were also instantly crushed into fine powder. The nearby crowd hurriedly retreated, especially the people from the Taiching sect, who were the closest, as if they were swept by a hurricane, all of them vomiting blood, and were thrown off their feet. How is this possible? How can a first-level, profound sky, realm, cultivator burst out with such terrifying power? Is this guy still human? Everyone present had their eyes wide open, and their brows were tightly knitted. Even Lei Mingho, Lei Jixin, and the others were shocked, and each of them could not help but tighten their grip on the sacred swords in their hands. This person must not be left alive. A great calamity. Lei Mingho and Lei Jixin looked at each other, and without the slightest hesitation, they set off a piercingly cold killing intent and rushed forward. 5-star soul critical strike. 7-star soul, 5-star beads. He was only 2-star beads away from a complete 7-star soul bead. Boom! Chaotic waves of air formed an intense collision between the two, and Chu Hen's purple eyes were like swords. As if there was a coldness that could pierce through one's soul, traces of blood flowed out from the corner of Chu Hen's mouth. And Li Zhao's face was slightly pale, and his internal organs were aching. Despicable little bastard. Li Xiao was extremely angry. This was the first time he had been injured by a junior. Even if he killed Chu Hen today, his prestige as the third elder of the Taiqing sect would be greatly damaged. The sound of rushing wind came from behind. Looking at Lei Mingho and Lei Jixin, a cruel smile appeared on Li Zhao's face, however, at this moment, a demonic black shadow floated behind Chu Hen. The outline of this black shadow was extremely similar to Chu Hen, and it was like a strange shadow that was stuck on Chu Hen's back. Then, the black shadow bypassed Chu Hen like a living thing and rushed to the front. What? Li Zhao's pupils constricted violently, and at the same time, everyone else was shocked. Bang! A heavy muffled sound reverberated, and the heavy blow landed on Li Zhao's body. The layers of true origin energy were like a pool of water that had been hit by a huge rock, and they were all broken apart. Crack! The clothes on Li Zhao's back were directly torn apart, and his chest caved in a little. This seemingly ordinary and simple blow was so violent and terrifying. The power comparable to that of a demon god poured into Li Zhao's body, and the latter spat out a mouthful of blood. His pale old face immediately turned the color of a pig's liver. There seemed to be a layer of ripples in the air. Without giving Li Xiao any chance, Chu Hen's figure moved, and with a somersault in the air, he raised his leg and kicked heavily on his opponent's chin. Bang! Li Zhao's neck immediately stretched out, and his mouth full of broken teeth and scarlet blood splattered all at once. Ruthless. Everyone's hearts trembled. If it were someone else, their head would have exploded on the spot. The violent impact caused Li Xiao to lose his balance, and his body flew up quickly. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. He didn't pay any attention to Lei Mingho, who was rushing towards him from behind. His palm moved. Bang! The cloth wrapped around his palm was instantly shattered. Immediately after, the blue Ran sword flew out, like a meteor chasing after the moon. It immediately arrived above Li Xiao. Not good. An extremely bad premonition surged in everyone's heart. Swoosh! With a flicker of an afterimage, Chu Hen's ghost-like figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood, and quietly appeared in the sky above Li Xiao. Ta! Holding the blue Ran sword firmly in his palm, Chu Hen indifferently stared at Li Xiao, who was still unable to catch his breath. The Taiqing sect's third elder is only SOSO. Only SOO. The ice-cold tone was like an ice knife stabbing into everyone's heart. Chu Hen held the sword hilt with both hands, and with the sword tip pointing downwards, he fiercely stabbed the blue Ran sword down with an earth-shattering momentum. Stop! Li Fengqing, who was in the Taiqing sect's team, was pale and terrified to the extreme, but her call was not able to make Chu Hen stop his movements at all. Buzz! The space trembled violently, and an endless aura of death enveloped them. Li Zhao's expression changed dramatically, and his fierce old eyes were filled with panic. Chapter 912. Stop! Li Fengqing's voice, which had yet to fade, was still being transmitted to everyone's ears. All they could see was a godly blade descending from the sky, piercing through Li Zhao's body with the momentum of piercing through the blue dome of the heavens. Buzz! A murderous aura filled the air. The power of the death sword pierced through Li Zhao's chest and came out from his back. The entire Xian Kshetra, firmament region, fell into a deathly silence. Everyone felt as if the sky was covered in dust and the earth was dark. The third elder of the Taiqing sect, this expert, who could be called the #1 figure in the Eastern Victory Prefecture, looked extremely old and helpless at this moment. At this moment, the dignity and viciousness from before had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a thick sense of unwillingness and hatred. He faced the sky. The sound of blood dancing in the wind was especially ethereal. His dim old eyes stared at the young figure emitting the aura of the god of death in the sky. Full of hatred, Chu Hen's black hair danced in the wind. His demonic eyes emitted an evil light, like a god or a demon. He controlled the life and death of this firmament region. When he was enraged, blood would flow like a river, and experts would die. No one could have imagined that the third elder of the Taiching sect would die here. Like a bird with broken wings, Li Zhao's body fell powerlessly, heavily smashing into the rubble below. His flesh was instantly a bloody mess. Rumble! The people of the Taiching sect felt as if there was a thunderbolt exploding in their heads. They were all extremely frightened. Li Fengqing powerlessly fell to the ground, her eyes lifeless and her body shivering. Since the start of the fight, she had never been so frightened. Demon! Chu Hen was simply a demon. Li Fengqing's mind was blank. At this moment, there was only endless fear left in her. After killing Li Xiao in an earth-shattering manner, Chu Hen's eyes directly shot towards Lei Mingho, who was rushing over. This was an opportunity. Lei Mingho's eyes were resolute, his gaze like a sword. Although Chu Hen had killed the strongest person, the other party had also suffered quite a bit of damage. This was definitely a great opportunity for him to counterattack. After all, Lei Mingho had the bloodline limit of the sacred body. His confidence did not decrease even though Li Xiao had been killed. In his opinion, Li Zhao's death had strengthened his resolve to obtain the profound Kshetra divine lightning's heart. Thank you for getting rid of this big trouble for me. Lei Mingho smiled coldly. Rumble. 10 lightning clones flew out like the phantoms of fiend gods. They swept up the power of tens of thousands of rolling lightning bolts and exploded with a strong killing intent towards Chu Hen. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Anyone could see that Lei Mingho had really planned this out well. Once Li Xiao was dead, Lei Mingho would use the power of the sacred body of thunder to end today's chaotic situation. It's not a good thing to celebrate too early. Facing the 10 lightning doppelgangers that were approaching menacingly, Chu Hen looked down on them. A cruel and cold smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Then Chu Hen raised his left hand and pointed his index finger in front of him in a condescending manner. Buzz! Suddenly, the airflow between heaven and earth rotated rapidly with Chu Hen as the center. A particularly violent rhythm gathered at the tip of his finger. An unending stream of the power of the 7 stars surged out from his body. Chu Hen was just like a bright moon that hung high in the sky. Endless silver sacred light patterns were like flowing vines, intertwining with each other and concentrating at the tip of his index finger. Bright energy constantly gathered at the tip of his finger. The surrounding space was restless, as if it was about to welcome the power of a god. Dubby finger. 8 desolation. Buzz! In an instant, an incomparably solid bright silver light beam burst out from Chu Hen's fingertip. It was as gorgeous as a glimpse of a swan, shining brightly in the sky and shaking the heavens. Lei Mingho's expression changed. Even he could feel a strong sense of threat. Buzz! The silver pillar of light that separated from Chu Hen's fingertip rapidly enlarged, instantly transforming into a majestic divine pillar of heavenly radiance. With the power of the great Tao, it was like a meteor piercing through the galaxy, directly striking towards Lei Mingho and his 10 lightning doppelgangers. Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy explosions rang out in the void. One after another, the lightning doppelgangers shattered under the impact of the starlight pillar. Dubhi finger, the last level of the 7-star scripture, was also the most powerful move. At this moment, it appeared for the first time in the Xiansha sky region. Boom! It was like an unstoppable divine sword that destroyed all 10 of Lei Mingho's clones in front of everyone's horrified gazes. In the end, it landed on Lei Mingho's body. Bang! The undulating starlight patterns spread out in all directions, and the majestic airwaves danced and surged. Lei Mingho's sacred armor that was formed from the power of the Thunder Soul was forcefully broken. His body shook, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he hurriedly flipped backward. Anything else? Lei Mingho was furious. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with one hand and roared with a ferocious gaze. "You think you can kill me with that little ability of yours?" Shock and fury. One had to admit that this was the most difficult opponent Lei Mingho had encountered in the past 20 years. Buzz. At the same time, Lei Jixin, who was on the other side, suddenly raised her hand and flipped it. A dark blue silk pouch appeared in her palm. The craftsmanship of the pouch was very luxurious and exquisite. Then Lei Jixin waved her hand, and the pouch flew above Chu Hen, bursting with a blue radiance like the sun. Buzz. Buzz, a shocking power gushed out from above Chu Hen, and the blue pouch rapidly expanded, turning into a huge cosmos sack that could contain anything in the blink of an eye. Then the opening of the cosmos sack faced downwards, and the rope was untied. It erupted with the power to summon the wind and summon the rain and swallow the mountains and rivers. This cosmos sack was the treasure that Lei Jixin had used to collect the great Tao divine stone fragments at the Great Tao Cliff. Immediately, an extremely powerful suction force erupted from the cosmos sack, and the airflow between heaven and earth rushed into it. Chu Hen, who was directly below the opening of the pouch, was like a small boat drawn into a storm whirlpool, and he was instantly sucked in. Success! Seeing this scene, the eyes of everyone from the Thunder Saint Palace lit up. Humph! A proud sneer appeared on Lei Jixin's face. Then she clenched her fist, and the rope at the opening of the cosmos sack quickly closed. But just as Lei Jixin ordered the cosmos sack to turn back into a pouch, a rapidly rising force directly caused the interior of the cosmos sack to swell. What? Everyone's hearts, which had just calmed down a little, became suspended again. Even this couldn't suppress the other party. Buzz, buzz. The cosmos sack grew larger and larger, and its interior was constantly filled with manic energy. Lei Jixin constantly released powerful true inner force, trying to forcibly suppress it. But in less than 10 seconds, there was a deafening bang, and the 9 heavens fell into darkness. The monstrous purple flames directly set off an endless sea of fire. Everyone turned pale with fright. The extremely shocking scene was like an ancient fierce beast breaking through a 1,000-year seal, tearing apart the heavenly net, breaking free from its shackles, and rushing out of the magma of hell. The cosmos sack was smashed to pieces. A purple rain of fire danced in the sky, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, and exploding in all directions. Boom! Then, in the midst of the dancing purple flames, a huge black stone tablet the size of a mountain smashed heavily into the ruins of the sky-reaching platform below. It was peerless and magnificent, and the ancient inscriptions and numbers engraved on the tablet exuded a mysterious and ancient aura, that is, a fragment of the divine stone of the Great Path. Oh my God! The wind howled, and Chu Hen stood proudly at the top of the ancient stone tablet, like a king overlooking the world. Damn it! Lei Jixin's eyes turned cold, and the bloodline power of the sacred body of thunder was released without reservation. Countless lightning patterns surrounded her body, and a thick aura of destruction crushed towards Chu Hen. Kill him! Yes, the Thunder Saint Palace experts naturally understood Lei Jixin's meaning, and without the slightest hesitation, each of them burst out with the power of thunder and rushed towards Chu Hen. He's at the end of his rope. Don't be afraid of him. Those who offend my Thunder Saint Palace die. Kill. The momentum was fierce, and thunder and lightning crisscrossed between heaven and earth. Several people launched fierce attacks towards Chu Hen on the stone tablet from different directions. Chu Hen didn't even bat an eyelid as he waved his hand. Buzz. A circle of condensed black ripples instantly swept out in all directions with him as the center. Bang, bang, bang! The powerful shock wave swept over the Thunder Saint Palace experts, and each of them felt as if they had been hit by a boulder. Their internal organs were displaced, and they were sent flying one after another. They couldn't even get close to Chu Hen's body. Clang. However, almost at the same time, Lei Jixin's bloodline power was released to its strongest state. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky, and they gathered towards Lei Jixin. Chi! The manic momentum was shocking, and Lei Jixin's entire body was shrouded in a monstrous lightning. She coldly stared at Chu Hen. "I'll let you know how strong the power of the sacred body's bloodline is." Boom! Along with her voice, Lei Jixin actually fused with the lightning. Then she turned into a shocking lightning pillar that pierced through the Milky Way and shot towards Chu Hen. Heaven and earth flashed, shaking the 9 heavens. Countless lightning nets appeared above Chu Hen's head, and a thick aura of destruction directly enveloped him. The lightning bolt that Lei Jixin had transformed into was like a silver dragon that came from beyond the heavens. Below it, Chu Hen was tiny and weak. The majestic and terrifying world extinguishing divine lightning poured down without any obstruction, and all of its power bombarded the tiny figure on the stone tablet. Boom! The mountains and rivers changed color, and the winds and clouds surged. Hundreds of millions of dazzling lightning bolts spread out from the top of the great path divine stone. Sparks flew everywhere and light rained down. The vast space fell into an extremely distorted state, as if it would be torn apart at any time. The scene that followed caused everyone to widen their eyes in shock, including Lei Xiaolan, Lei Mingho, and the others. Everyone's pupils trembled and their faces paled. "That's it, Miss Lei." A voice full of mockery, contempt, and ridicule pierced everyone's eardrums. On the top of the ancient stone tablet, a powerful hand firmly gripped Lei Jixin's fair neck. The latter's feet were off the ground, and her line of sight was at the same level as a pair of cold and demonic purple eyes. "This is the capital that you're so proud of?" "Humph! The sacred body of thunder. Can't even withstand a single blow. Can't even withstand a single blow." Rumble. The impact of these four words seemed to make everyone's soul tremble. An extreme sense of defeat filled Lei Jixin's heart and body. The man in front of her suddenly made her feel great fear, especially that pair of strange purple eyes, which made her feel as if she was looking at a demon god. The aura of the sacred body of thunder was completely suppressed to the point that it could not move. Purple light surged around Chu Hen, and behind him there was a blurry black shadow. The arm of the black shadow overlapped with the arm of Chu Hen's original body, forming a double power that held Lei Jixin in his hands. "Let her go!" Lei Mingho shouted fiercely. Chu Hen did not even look at Lei Mingho. His eyes were still filled with mockery as he stared at Lei Jixin's increasingly pale and beautiful face. "Tell me, what should I do with you, Miss Lei? If you have the ability to kill me, trash. Even if you kill me, you're still a lowly ant." Lei Jixin was unyielding and mocked coldly. "Very well." Chu Hen lifted his gaze slightly and nodded slightly. The chill on his body was as cold as a frost blade. "You keep saying that I'm lowly, that I'm trash, that I'm an ant. Then today, I'll trample on your dignity and crush your arrogance. I'll make you never forget today's humiliation." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Hen pulled Lei Jixin into his arms and sealed her red lips with his. Boom! It was like a bolt from the blue, and it was even more humiliating. Lei Jixin's expression changed drastically. Her heart was filled with shock, and an extreme humiliation directly smashed her supreme arrogance and nobility. It was a cold, dry kiss, without a shred of emotion. No one thought that Chu Hen would retaliate against Lei Jixin in such a way. Everyone in the Xian Kshetra firmament region trembled in shock. Lei Jixin was even more furious. She struggled with all her might, but Chu Hen's arm was like steel, rendering her immobile. In her rage, she bit Chu Hen's lips. Blood flowed out, and it tasted cold and salty. Lei Jixin, who had never suffered such humiliation, immediately burst into tears. Her dignity, her nobility, and her arrogance were all completely crushed by Chu Hen, just as the other party had said. Since you see me as lowly grass, I'll make you never forget today's humiliation. Bastard, let her go. On the other side, Lei Mingho was furious. His eyes were scarlet as he charged at the two like an enraged beast. Chu Hen pushed away Lei Jixin's tear-stained face with a palm and laughed at the sky. His laughter was full of mockery. Miss Lei's body is indeed extraordinary. Hearing this, Lei Mingho's murderous, intent sword. Countless violent lightning bolts covered his entire body. He raised his sword and went straight for Chu Hen's life. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Humph. Chu Hen glanced to the side, and 2 rays of cold light shot out. You said you wanted to test my sword. Then you better open your eyes and watch. Victorious East State's #1 genius. His tone was as cold as ice. Endless sharp sword aura erupted from Chu Hen's body without reservation. Swoosh! In the next instant, Chu Hen suddenly disappeared from where he stood. The murderous aura of death that filled the sky and covered the earth completely sealed Lei Mingho in a fixed space. One sword flying immortal, the last move of the one sword flying immortal technique. In an instant, Lei Mingho's pupils shrank violently. A dozen sharp humanoid sword auras suddenly flashed in front of him. No! Lei Xiaolan, who was at the back, was horrified and her face turned pale. In the next instant, a dozen humanoid sword auras flew past Lei Mingho's body like phantoms. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Lei Mingho's body was immediately frozen on the spot. Every humanoid sword aura flashed past his body without any resistance. Fear filled his entire face, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as his body trembled. Chapter 913. Flying Immortal Sword. The final move of Mount Kunliu's most powerful technique. No. Amidst Lei Xiaolan's cries that were filled with endless pleading and fear, a dozen or so extremely sharp humanoid sword chis pierced through Lei Mingho's body like phantoms. When the last human-shaped sword aura streaked across the horizon, it transformed into Chu Hen's cold and detached figure. Asterisk bang. Asterisk instantly. Blood danced in the air as killing intent filled the air. Under countless gazes that were filled with fear and trembling, Lei Mingho's body was directly split into pieces. Exploding from within, severed limbs flew everywhere, and the scene of fresh blood was a ghastly sight. An unprecedented fear and unwillingness completely froze on that twisted face. The #1 genius of Thunder Saint Palace, a monster that only appeared once in 1,000 years in the Eastern Victory Province, was killed by this nameless young man in front of him with a single strike of his sword. Whoosh! The sky darkened and dust filled the air. In an instant, the entire Xian Kshetra firmament region seemed to darken. Big Brother Mingho, Lei Xiaolan's heart-wrenching screams pierced everyone's eardrums. Fear, anger, and regret, all sorts of emotions, surged into her heart. At this moment, she seemed to understand how foolish it was for Lei Jixin to offend Chu Hen. High and mighty? One of the 3 pillars of the province? All of the dignity and glory of her Thunder Saint Palace had been completely trampled by Chu Hen. This man in front of her was a cold-blooded demon. But who was the one who forced him into the state? In the distance, outside the battlefield, on a relatively secluded Lingshao platform, a young man in his 20s and a 13 or 14-year-old girl stood together. Their faces were filled with indescribable shock and complexity. These two were none other than Han Yichuan of the Jiuhua Palace and Qiao Shaowan of the Thousand World Sect. No one knew when they had arrived. No one had discovered that they had been hiding here all along. It really feels like a goddamn dream. Lei Mingho died just like that. Han Ichuan said as he shook his head. Girl, are you sure what you saw is the same as what I saw? Are we under an illusion? Xiao Xiaowan fell into silence. If she could, she hoped that this was just an illusion. Han Ichuan let out a long sigh. Then he raised his head and looked at the sky. He mumbled to himself, I'm afraid the victorious Don Zhou is going to change. Big Brother Mingho, overwhelmed by anger, Lei Xiaolan, who was already heavily injured, vomited a mouthful of blood. Soon after, her vision darkened as she fainted from Lei Mingho's miserable fate. You actually killed him, Lei Zixin, whose face was covered in tears, felt her mind go blank. From Chu Hen's humiliation to Lei Mingho's death, Lei Zixin suddenly had an illusion that it was a lifetime ago. Everything in the world became abnormally blurry, and the only thing that could be seen clearly was that cold, demon-like figure in front of her. You actually killed him! You actually killed him! Lei Zixin kept repeating the sentence. Then, her eyes were filled with intense hatred. She raised her sword and charged at Chu Hen. She had already lost all reason. Chu Hen's figure moved to the side. His eyes lifted, and a heart-palpitating aura was immediately released from his demonic purple eyes. In that instant, Lei Zixin felt as if she had fallen into an endless abyss. The world spun around her, and her consciousness seemed to be dragged by an invisible giant hand into a bottomless swamp. Immediately after, Lei Zixin saw the most terrifying scene in her life. Rivers of blood, mountains of corpses. This was the Lightning Saint Palace. The beautiful and prosperous land had been reduced to an Azura hell. The entire sect was bathed in blood, and everyone that Lei Zixin was familiar with lay in a pool of blood and in that blood-red void. Lei Mingho's body was sliced into pieces by the ice-cold and merciless humanoid Sword Qi. He let out an incomparably miserable howl. From top to bottom, everyone in the Lightning Saint Palace was slaughtered without exception. The miserable scene continuously attacked the depths of Lei Zixin's soul. No, don't. The scene in front of her was truly terrifying. Lei Zixin's mental defenses were directly broken, and all the hatred instantly turned into fear. Miss Lei. A cold voice invaded Lei Zixin's mind from all directions. As you wish, the Lightning Saint Palace will be the same as what you see in front of you in the near future. No. Lei Zixin's voice was filled with endless fear, and it seemed to reverberate throughout the entire Xian chakra firmament region. Everyone's heart trembled. In the next instant, they saw Lei Zixin kneel in front of Chu Hen powerlessly. Her lifeless eyes were filled with tears, and her beautiful face was filled with pleading and fear, shock, even more shock. In that short moment, what did Chu Hen do to Lei Zixin? How did he make her break down like this? If Chu Hen's humiliation caused Lei Zixin to have a shred of dignity due to her anger, then now, all of her arrogance and pride had completely collapsed. It was hard to imagine that the most arrogant woman in the victorious East State was conquered by Chu Hen to the point where she couldn't even lift her head. Kill me. Lingering in pain, Lei Zixin felt that death was better than life. The corner of Chu Hen's mouth curled into an extremely mocking smile. You're so arrogant, but right now you don't even have the qualifications to die by my hands. I will let you personally witness the day when the Thunder Saint Palace that you're so proud of is flattened by me. Hua! It was an incomparably heavy blow of defeat. As arrogant as Lei Zixin was at this moment, she was not even comparable to a nameless pawn who died in Chu Hen's hands. Today, the trampling and humiliation that Lei Zixin suffered was a nightmare that she could not get rid of for the rest of her life. Bang! A circle of vigorous purple light patterns surged and bloomed in the void. Lei Zixin's powerless body flew out directly and smashed heavily into the collapsed ruins of a high heaven platform. She was motionless, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. The entire Xian Chastity region fell into unprecedented chaos. Honesty Valley, Heaven Imperial Court, Taiching Sect, and Lightning Saint Palace were all defeated. Bei Chuan, Shinta Etian, Shaolin, Li Shao, Lei Mingho. They were all massacred by Chu Hen. The blood-red sky was dark, and the shadow of death that filled the sky didn't disappear. Instead became even denser. Chu Hen's cold eyes swept across the front, and an evil smile appeared on his lips. Everyone is still here, frivolous and mocking, like the smile of the Grim Reaper. Everyone was terrified to the extreme, and they all regretted staying here. The moment Lei Mingho died, their last trace of hope was completely destroyed. No, don't kill me. I'm begging you. We know we were wrong. Looking at the pleading faces, Chu Hen smiled. It was the smile of a cat playing with a mouse. So what if he was wrong? Could his Meng Chang come back? What if the person who won was Lei Mingho or Li Shao? What would happen then? If he made the wrong choice, someone would have to bear the responsibility eventually. I'll count to 10. Run as fast as you can. With a frivolous voice, Chu Hen's aura had a soul-piercing coldness. There was no doubt that after the count to 10, what awaited them would be a bloody massacre. Buzz! Without the slightest hesitation, the black mass of people turned and ran. Their speed was many times faster than when they came. Every one of them fought to be the first, revealing the most primitive fear of humanity. Time's up. Everyone. A merciless sentence was issued. Chu Hen's pupils suddenly became deep and dark. He dragged his sword and moved with monstrous killing intent. A merciless flame of revenge quickly spread to every corner of the Xian Chastity region. Chapter 9:14. The mountains were like dragons, and the abysses were tens of thousands of feet high. Numerous, enormous ravines stretched across the land and rivers. They were majestic, winding, and rugged, as if they were enormous dragons slumbering between the heavens and the earth. Swish! At this time, a blurred shadow crossed the void. The shadow circled around the surrounding area twice, and then fell on a steep mountain wall. It was a beautiful woman in her 30s, mature and charming. At this moment, her eyebrows were tightly knitted, and her eyes were full of confusion and anxiety as she looked around the mountains and dangerous peaks in all directions. Gong Yanyu, how long are you going to hide from me? Come out now. Her voice was full of uneasiness and anxiety, but more than that, it was full of hidden bitterness. Gong Yanyu, the head of Mount Kunliu, the first martial arts genius to comprehend the unique skill of one sword-flying immortal in the past 100 years. At the same time, in the eyes of the world, he was also an extremely irresponsible head of the sect. And this woman was not a stranger. She was Qi Hanyu, the head of Mount Kunliu's flying immortal temple, whom Chu Hen, Lun Lingyan, and Danjin's team had been searching for. Do you want to hide from me for the rest of your life? Qi Hanyu's eyes searched everywhere around her, and her voice full of complaint spread out. I know you're here, Gong Yanyu. You're the worst bastard in the world. Come out now. I've been chasing you for 3 months, and you still won't see me? I know that I was the one who pushed you to become the sect leader, but you can't just leave without saying goodbye. You've been gone for so many years. Have you ever thought about me? Do you know how hard it is for me to live in Mount Kunliu? You bastard. Qi Hanyu had never lost her composure like today. She behaved like an ordinary woman, full of hidden bitterness. Almost 20 years. She was sincerely disappointed in Gong Yanyu. However, what made her feel even more disappointed was that during these 3 months, she didn't care about the situation of other people in Mount Kunliu, nor did she meet with most of them. She didn't even know how the battle with the blood refining hall was. She desperately followed that familiar aura for 3 months. Now, he still refused to see her. All right. At this moment, Qi Hanyu's tone suddenly turned cold, and a white jade sword appeared in her hand. You gave me this sword back then. If you don't come out to see me today, I'll cut my own throat with this sword. Qi Hanyu placed the white jade sword on her neck. There was still no movement in all directions. Qi Hanyu felt helpless, and her eyes were filled with sadness. I'm really disappointed. Gong Yanyu, I didn't expect you to be so heartless. Since that's the case, let's never meet again. Following that, Chi Hanyu closed her beautiful eyes, and the white jade sword instantly emitted an incomparably sharp aura. With a flick of her wrist, the tip of the sword quickly slashed towards her fair neck. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a condensed sword shadow tore through the air like a ray of light that traced back thousands of years. Ding! The sword aura accurately struck the white jade sword, and the powerful impact caused the sword to fly out of Chi Hanyu's hand. The holy sword landed on the ground, sending up a few grains of sand and stones. Time and space seemed to slow down. This trick again, I really don't know what to do with you. The deep voice contained a sense of vicissitudes, and it was so familiar that it tugged at Chi Hanyu's heartstrings. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling extremely nervous. Her blurry vision gradually became clear. It was a figure that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. His messy hair and beard were a little unkempt, but that pair of deep eyes had an unfathomable majesty, even though he was wearing coarse hemp clothes. Gong Yanyu was still Gong Yanyu. Even though he was dressed like a passerby on the street, he still could not hide the demeanor of a strong cultivator. His eyebrows, his contours, and the vicissitudes of life revealed a dignified bearing. Bastard, bastard. Chi Hanyu's delicate body trembled, and she covered her face with her trembling hands. She could not even stand steadily. She looked at the man in front of her with a complicated gaze, and her heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. She wanted to ask him many questions. For example, why did you hide from me? Why did you leave for so many years? Why didn't you come back? Why did you leave me behind as well? But in the end, she only said one sentence. Bastard, you're simply a big bastard who deserves to be cut into pieces. After accumulating 20 years of resentment, she thought that it would take 3 days and 3 nights for her to finish saying 1,000 words. But when the two of them stood in front of each other, Chi Hanyu could not vent it no matter how hard she tried. Time passes quickly, and time passes quickly. Gong Yanyu laughed bitterly and said, Bastard, you've been calling me that since you were 20 years old. You're a bastard. Chi Hanyu resisted the tears welling up in her eyes. Yes, I used to be a little bastard, but now I'm an old bastard. I'm sorry, you. When she heard those 2 words, all the grievances that Chi Hanyu had endured in her heart over the past few years gushed out like an uncontrollable flood. Her eyes unconsciously reddened, and all the hatred in her heart disappeared without a trace in an instant. All that was left was endless sorrow and grievance. Her voice was a little hoarse. Will you only be willing to see me when I use my life to threaten you? Didn't you use this trick in the past? When we were young, you even lied to me and said that I liked you before I was willing to put down my sword. Gong Yanyu said helplessly, seeing his depressed look. Chi Hanyu did not know whether to be angry or amused. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. Gong Yanyu knew that Chi Hanyu was pretending to lure him out, and that she did not really want to commit suicide. Even so, she still came out, because he did not dare to take the risk. He was afraid that there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that Chi Hanyu would really hurt him. Although this possibility was not high, Gong Yanyu still appeared there was no sweet talk between a young man and a woman after a long separation. But between the words and the look in her eyes, it was enough to explain everything. Chi Hanyu slightly calmed her restless emotions, then raised her voice and asked, Then what's next? Are you going to continue to dump me? Or are you going to follow me back to Mount Kunliu? Gong Yanyu was just about to answer when his expression suddenly changed. Chi Hanyu's heart also jumped, and she followed his gaze and looked in the same direction. In the distant sky, there was a faint blood aura surging. The sky was dark and a fishy wind blew, emitting a frightening evil aura, that is, in the direction of the Xian Kshetra firmament region. Chi Hanyu said uncertainly. Gong Yanyu frowned, and his eyes were filled with a grave expression. What a frightening evil aura. Just who is it? Chapter 9:15. What's going on inside? Why is there such a strong, evil aura? It's scary. It's as if there's a terrifying demon hiding inside. What should we do? Senior Sister Lung, Senior Sister Long. Should we go in and check first or wait for the Demon Slayer Temple Master? Clouds and mist lingered in the air, magnificent. A gate that looked like the legendary Immortal Palace stood under the sky. Behind the gate was the majestic high firmament terrace. This was the entrance to the Xian Kshetra realm. As long as they passed through the gate, they would enter the most dangerous death-forbidden area in the ancient desolate heaven realm. At this moment, Lun Lingyan, Danjun, Mufeng, and Haozi led the team from Mount Kunliu, the team from the mysterious ice sect led by Long Xuanchuang, and the team from Heavenly Bamboo Peak led by Lin Yumin had also arrived. After the battle at the Great Dao Cliff, the team from Mount Kunliu and the mysterious ice sect had retreated at top speed and encountered the team from Heavenly Bamboo Peak. With Lin Yumin's help, they had all recovered from their injuries. Now, they had come to the Xian Kshetra sky region together. However, before he entered the Xian Kshetra firmament domain, he was shocked by the monstrous evil qi coming from it. Since they didn't know what was going on inside and most of the forces that had conflicts with them, such as the Thunder Saint Palace, the Heaven Supreme Dynasty, the Wang Valley, and the Taiching sect, they couldn't make a decision. Squeak, 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 squeak. At this time, a little golden-furred monkey that was less than half a meter tall was jumping around on Rat's shoulder. It waved its furry little hands, and its big round eyes were filled with a bright light. "What are you shouting for? Can't you speak human language?" Mufeng glanced at the monkey. Squeak, squeak. The monkey showed a disdainful look and made a face at Mufeng. "Aya, how dare you look down on me? Don't transform if you dare. I can kill you with my sword. All right, stop arguing, you two. I just want to find Big Brother Chu Hen now." Yi Yao bit her red lips, her voice filled with unconcealable worry and anxiety. Mufeng chuckled embarrassedly and said, "I'm just trying to lighten up the atmosphere when I see everyone's serious face." Everyone shook their heads helplessly. At the mention of Chu Hen, everyone's mood became even heavier. There had been no news for more than a month, and even Luo Mengchang, who had gone to look for him, had gone missing. No one knew what was going on between the two of them. "You man, thank you very much for your help these past few days. Why don't we split up?" Lung Lingyan said seriously after thinking for a while. Lin Yumin raised her eyebrows and replied, "Aren't you guys going in?" Lung Lingyan shook her head and glanced at Long Xuanchuang. "Our most important task now is to find Chu Hen, Senior Sister Lingyan. Could Chu Hen be inside with Miss Mengchang?" Dan Zhen voiced out his confusion. As soon as he said that, everyone was startled. Lung Lingyan did not dare to confirm it. Instead, she looked at Long Xuanchuang, Yi Yao, and Haozi, who were most familiar with Chu Hen. Long Xuanchuang's eyes narrowed as she fell into deep thought. Even though she had grown up with Chu Hen, she could not fully understand what he was thinking. If it was for the heart of the mysterious killer lightning, Chu Hen might try to take the risk. If Luo Mengchang was by his side, it would be hard to say. After all, the Thunder Saint Palace, the Taiching sect, the Innocence Valley, the Heaven's Unity Dynasty, and many other powerful forces all wanted a share of the profound, killer divine lightning heart. In front of so many powerful enemies, Chu Hen would not appear for Luo Mengchang. Therefore, Long Xuanchuang could not be sure. "Someone's coming out," Dan Zhen suddenly said. As expected, in the next moment, a few scattered figures were rushing out of the door at an extreme speed. When they looked over, they saw that all of them were pale and in a sorry state. Their eyes were filled with fear as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Isn't that Gu Yongzhan from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion? Gu Yongzhan? In an instant, the people from the mysterious ice sect on Mount Kunliu revealed a cold expression. However, to their surprise, Gu Yongzhan's body trembled when he saw them. Not only did he not show any hostility, but he ran even faster. He did not even look back as he disappeared into the sky with the others in a panic. What was going on? The people from the mysterious ice sect on Mount Kunliu looked at each other. Even the people from the Sky Bamboo Peak were confused. Isn't the Wind and Cloud Pavilion a very powerful sect? Why did he look like he saw a ghost when he saw us? Mufong sniffed and looked shocked. That guy seems to be scared out of his wits. Hua Shui added. No way. Even Lei Mingho can't scare Gu Yongzhan out of his wits. Looks like something really terrifying has happened inside. We should retreat quickly. That's right. The heart of the mysterious killer thunder is not something we can imagine. Let's retreat. If the crowd was still hesitant before, then when they saw Gu Yongzhan of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion running for his life, fear finally suppressed their curiosity. Lin Yumin did not plan to bring people inside. After all, the Sky Bamboo Peak was ranked lower than the Wind and Cloud Pavilion among the top 10 forces. In an instant, the huge gate of heaven in front of them felt like a gate to hell that led to death. Dark and gloomy, especially the dense, blood-red glow that gathered in the sky above. It was like a demonic fog that would not dissipate for thousands of years. It was strange and evil, but it was filled with a chill that made people tremble. Senior Sister Lingyan. Just as everyone was about to retreat, Nongqi, who had the strongest perception, suddenly called out to Lang Lingyan. Everyone looked at her subconsciously. What's wrong? Lang Lingyan asked. Nongqi seemed to be a little hesitant, but she was even more doubtful and unsure. She swept her eyes across everyone's puzzled gaze, clenched her fists, then loosened them and said, I seem to have sensed Chu Hen's aura. Really? That's great. Why didn't you say so earlier? The sudden good news made everyone's eyes light up. They were pleasantly surprised. Yi Yao went forward and pulled on Nongqi's sleeve. She asked impatiently, Where is Brother Chu Hen? However, Nongqi's next sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone. Chu Hen's aura makes me feel fear, clear and forceful. When these two words came out of Nongqi's mouth, everyone was surprised. Long Xuanchuang frowned. What do you mean? Chapter 9:16. The culprit is Chu Hen. The moment he said those words, Long Xuanchuang, Lang Lingyan, Lin Yumin, Mu Feng, Haozi, and the rest of the people present all turned pale with fright. It was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's ears. Just a moment ago, there were still many living auras in the Xian, Kshetra realm, but now almost all of them had disappeared, slaughtered. Evil qi filled the sky. Even standing outside the Xian Kshetra realm, they could feel the fear from the bottom of their souls. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Brother Chu Hen wouldn't do that. Yi Yao shook her head. She didn't even dare to imagine what was going on inside. Let's wait for them, Lin Yumin said in a deep voice. However, as soon as she said that, Yi Yao and Long Xuanchuang flew out at the same time and flashed towards the majestic gate of heaven. Haozi, follow them. Got it. Mu Feng and Haozi didn't hesitate and quickly followed the two girls. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey jumped and clapped as if it was saying that everyone understood its warning. Let's go. Lang Lingyan led the people of Mount Kunliu and the ice sect to follow them. For them, no matter what happened inside, as long as they were sure that Chu Hen was inside, there was no need to hesitate. Are you all so reckless? Aren't you afraid of death? A disciple of Sky Bamboo Peak said while shaking his head. Judging from the way Gu Yongzhan and the others fled in panic, it wasn't hard to guess that the situation in the sky realm was not simple. If they rushed in recklessly, there might be bloodshed. As the leaders of Mount Kunliu and the ice sect, it was impossible that they didn't think of this, seeing everyone's determination. Lin Yumin hesitated for a moment before saying, Let's go and take a look. Senior Sister Lin Yu, those who don't want to go can stay. Shortly after, the three groups passed through the gate and entered the Xian Kshetra firmament region. Apart from that, there were also some other people from the major forces who were perplexed by the news. When they entered the Xian Kshetra sky domain, they saw a blood-red world. In the dark sky of the ninth heaven, the Lingshao platform was dyed red with blood. Corpses were strewn all over the heaven-reaching platforms, and broken limbs were scattered everywhere. Even the clouds floating between the platforms were dyed a dazzling red, azure hell. Death-forbidden area! The scene before them was the best example of the ancient, desolate heaven domain's #1 forbidden death zone. Of course, this restricted area wasn't that restricted area. Hiss! Everyone who had arrived at this place gasped inwardly. Long Xuanxuang, Lung Lingyan, Shanzhen, Mufeng, and the others all wore expressions of extreme shock. This was simply an inhumane massacre. As far as the eye could see, there wasn't a single survivor. Could it be that the only survivors were the dozens of survivors who had just escaped? Are they all dead? What about the Taiching Sex team? I heard even third elderly Shao is here. A sky bamboo peak, disciple said with a trembling voice. Look over there, along with Hua Shui's exclamation. Everyone's gaze swept towards one direction. That was the collapsed ruins of the Ling Shao platform. Half of a huge demonic beast's corpse was lying there. The corpse was cut into 2 halves, and half of it was gone. That's Lei Jixin's mount, the golden lion Qi. Previously, at the great Dao Cliff, everyone had seen the ferocious giant beast before. Now, the golden lion Qi had died so tragically. Even the Thunder Saint Palace was annihilated. Everyone's mind was filled with endless fear. No wonder Gu Yongzhan from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was scared out of his wits. It seemed like the severity of the matter had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Big brother Chu Hen, suddenly, Yao's voice that carried a hint of pleasant surprise caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Everyone's gaze once again shifted to the towering black stone monument in front of them. At the peak of the giant monument, a young figure covered in a bloody glow sat there like a boulder. His features were sharp, charming, and slender. At the same time, it would cause one's heart to palpitate, but at the same time, it would cause one's heart to ache. It's really him. Everyone was shocked and horrified. It was as if a huge wave had been set off in their hearts. The ground was littered with corpses, and the hellish scene of slaughter was really caused by Chu Hen alone. How was this possible? Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, everyone still found it hard to believe. Thunder Saint Palace, Taiching Sect, Innocence Valley, Tiantong Dynasty. The teams of these powerful sects were all annihilated. That seems to be Lei Mingho's Thunder Fire Sacred Sword, a sky bamboo peak, disciple said with a trembling voice as he pointed at a broken arm that was holding a dark red longsword that seemed to be forged from fire crystals. And isn't that the Taiching Sect's special white robe? Hiss! Everyone no longer dared to breathe too hard. Even the air was filled with the chilling smell of blood. They were all annihilated. Lei Mingho, Li Xiao, Shintu Etian Shaolin. All of these famous figures of the victorious East State were now scattered among the piles of corpses. It was impossible to tell who was who, and not even a complete body could be found. And all of this was caused by one person. Shock. An indescribable shock. How long had it been since they last met? His strength had already reached such a terrifying level? Chu Hen? Long Xuanxuang clenched her jade-like hands. Her trembling eyes were filled with many complicated emotions. Why was it like this? What kind of hatred was it? Would it cause Chu Hen to slaughter everyone here until not a single one was left? What did these people do to him? Just at this moment, Chu Hen slowly raised his head. His face that was covered with traces of blood was unexpectedly filled with traces of sorrow. His reddened eyes were filled with heartbreaking sorrow. Meng Chang! His lips moved slightly as he said this name with deep emotion. After the massacre, the sorrow was magnified infinitely. Loneliness, desolation. Before he could say goodbye, the other person had already disappeared in the vast sea of people. The most unbearable thing in the world was to be parted by death without any preparation. In an instant, everyone present was greatly shocked once more, and they looked at each other in disbelief. Miss Mengchong? Mufong frowned and clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with coldness. The others were the same, especially Long Xuan, Haozi, Hua Shui, and the others. When they were in the 100 Kingdom state, they knew how deep the relationship between Chu Hen and Luo Mengchong was. Luo Mengchong! Was this the reason why Chu Hen went on a killing spree? Brother Chu Hen! Yi Yao was both sad and distressed. She wanted to fly to Chu Hen's side. However, at this moment, rumble! With an earth-shattering noise, the wind and clouds surged in the sky. Thunder and lightning intersected, and an earth-shattering, violent aura erupted. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Buzz, a powerful, surging aura gathered in the sky above the Xian Kshetra realm. A storm nebula that was thousands of meters in diameter appeared in the sky and continued to expand in all directions. After that, under the surprised and bewildered gazes of everyone, the center of the vortex actually emanated a myriad of strands of divine radiance. Countless strands of dazzling and resplendent light tainted the sky and penetrated the dark and heavy thunderclouds. Then, an incomparably dazzling circular door slowly opened from the middle. The sky and earth lost color, and a miracle opened. The array door was covered with complicated and mysterious ancient numbers. The numbers carved on it were like interweaving silver vines, flashing with mysterious patterns. The scene before them was almost exactly the same as when the ancient desolation heaven realm opened. Buzz! An unparalleled aura spread across the heavens and the earth. Shortly after, a solemn and unquestionable voice resounded through the air. The opening of the ancient desolation heaven realm is about to end. Within 3 days, everyone must evacuate from this passage. If you exceed the time limit, you will be trapped here for 1,000 years. I repeat, the opening of the ancient desolation heaven realm is about to end. Within 3 days, everyone must evacuate from this passage. Otherwise, you will be trapped here for 1,000 years. At the same time, not only the Xian Kshetra realm, but the other regions of the ancient desolation heaven realm also opened their teleportation passages to the outside world. In other words, in 3 days, the ancient desolation heaven realm that opened once every 1,000 years would close. The next time it would close, it would be another 1,000 years. It's over. It came as promised, but it was extremely sudden. When he heard that the ancient desolate heaven domain was about to close, Chu Hen, who was at the top of the giant monument, became extremely unstable. Is it going to end just like that? What about my Mengchong? Where is she now? What should I do? What should I do? Chu Hen's body trembled uneasily. His eyes were slightly red from anger, and the beast in his heart seemed to have been awakened once again, unwillingness, hatred. Hatred. Once again, it exploded uncontrollably. A thick, evil aura erupted like a volcano. Chu Hen stood up, and his cold eyes shot into the sky. The flames of slaughter were reignited. He hated it. He hated himself for being so useless that he couldn't even protect the woman he cared about. He hated the people who had hurt her even more. The sea of heaven and earth technique. Buzz. Then a majestic suction force was released from Chu Hen's True Yuan Violet Palace. The fragment of the great Tao Divine Stone was immediately enveloped in a layer of gentle light. The ancient stone tablet quickly rose into the sky, then turned into a wisp of illusory light and merged into the energy whirlpool in Chu Hen's dantian. Compared to when he was in the profound world realm, the capacity of Chu Hen's True Yuan Violet Palace had increased by 10 times. Everyone else in the room was even more astonished. At this moment, the aura that Chu Hen emitted was no different from that of a ferocious beast. Big Brother Chu Hen, don't. Chapter 9:17. Rumble. Chu Hen's eyes turned red, and 2 beams of cold light shot into the sky. After absorbing the great Tao divine stone fragment into his true essence, Violet Palace, Chu Hen turned into a beam of light and flashed toward the divine formation passage that looked like the gate to heaven. "Big brother Chu Hen, wait for me," Yi Yao called out loudly. However, Chu Hen did not seem to hear her and flashed into the passage in the blink of an eye. He immediately disappeared from everyone's sight. No one had expected things to turn out this way. Even though the Xian Kshetra region had turned into a hell filled with corpses, it did not seem to be able to quell the anger in Chu Hen's heart. It seemed like things were not over yet. Swoosh! At this moment, two dazzling and condensed beams of light descended from the sky. Then they transformed into two figures with extraordinary auras and arrived at this place. One of them had a very familiar aura. Lang Lingyan, Shan Zhen, and the rest of the people from Mount Kunliu were shocked at first, but then joy appeared on their faces. Flying Celestial Temple Master. Everyone hurriedly jogged forward. She had been missing for so long, and they finally found her. When they saw the middle-aged man standing next to Chi Hanyu, they were even more stunned. The other party's clothes were ordinary and slightly sloppy, but the temperament he exuded gave off a subduing and aloof demeanor, especially those deep eyes which made people involuntarily feel reverence. Sect Master. Lung Lingyan was dumbfounded on the spot. Shan Zhen, Su Lang, Fu Qin, Nongqi Hua Shui, and the other disciples of Mount Kunliu were also stunned. Even though some of them had never seen Gong Yangyu's true appearance, the shock in their hearts was not any less. The man in front of them was the supreme leader of Mount Kunliu, whom they had left for 20 years. No wonder Chi Hanyu had disappeared for a few months, and she did not even stop to greet them when she met them halfway. This was the main reason. "Greetings, Sect Master!" After recovering from their shock, all the Mount Kunliu disciples knelt down on one knee, their faces filled with respect and reverence. If it wasn't today, they would all be very happy. On the other side, Lin Yumin of Heavenly Bamboo Peak also led her people forward and bowed. Heavenly Bamboo Peak's Lin Yumin greets Sect Leader Gong Yang. I have long heard of Sect Leader Gong Yang's great name. It is my honor to meet you today. Lin Yumin's attitude was sincere, not polite words. Everyone knew that the reason why Mount Kunliu was famous was because of Gong Yangyu. Although the overall strength of this sect could not be ranked within the top 10 factions of the Eastern Victory region, Gong Yangyu's strength was definitely able to be ranked within the top 10. Even the sect master of Sky Bamboo Peak had to give Gong Yangyu some face, not to mention a mere disciple. "Get up!" Gong Yangyu's expression was solemn. His gaze swept across the miserable scene in front of him, and his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. "Sect leader, please help Chu Hen." Hua Shui's voice was filled with anxiety. Hearing this, Long Xuanchuang, Mu Feng, Haozi, and the rest, who were at a loss, also looked over. However, compared to the rest, Gong Yangyu's emotions were more chaotic. From a guest's point of view, everything that had happened today was caused by him. If he had not handed the position of Mount Kunliu's sect leader and the blue Ran sword to Chu Hen, perhaps Chu Hen would not have come to the Eastern Victory region. Fate. Gong Yangyu let out a long sigh. The Eastern Victory region is going to be in chaos. Oh my God, what's going on here? Very quickly, more and more sects and groups rushed over after hearing the news. When they witnessed the horrifying scene before them, all of them turned pale with fright, and they were shocked to the extreme. It was a completely forbidden zone of death. No one had expected that the trip to the ancient, desolate heaven domain would end with such a shocking ending. The Eastern Victory region. The world was really going to change. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The trip to the ancient, desolate heaven domain, which opened once every 1,000 years, finally came to an end. There were some people who returned with great rewards, obtaining tremendous natural luck. Some people were disappointed and didn't get any benefits. However, some people would never be able to return. They fused with the ancient dust, and their souls returned to somewhere else. The Eastern Victory region. After the trip to the ancient, desolate heaven domain ended, what followed was an unprecedented storm. Every sect, every race, 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 every race. Something big has happened. Something big has happened. In the ancient, desolate heaven domain, the Thunder Saint Palace suffered a crushing defeat. The Great Clear Sect was defeated. The Without Wong Valley and the Heaven Unified Empire were all sunk into the ocean. The leaders of the various sects were enraged, and they issued the highest-level boundless kill order overnight to punish the murderer. The boiling news engulfed the entire victorious East region. In the streets and alleys, in the taverns and tea-houses, everyone was talking about this unprecedented and shocking news. The number one genius of the province, Lei Mingho, died without a complete corpse. The broken limbs he brought back couldn't even be pieced together to form a complete body. Shinta Etienne, the young master of Wuwang Valley, was even more miserable. His limbs were all severed and he was sliced in half. Tian Tong Dynasty's top genius, Shaolin, was pierced through the heart by his own family's dripping god spear. He was nailed to the heaven-reaching platform and struggled pitifully. And Li Xiao, the third elder of the Tai Ching sect, even a peak expert at the third level of the Sky Profound Realm, died. How terrifying! Lei Jixin, that woman, is definitely the most arrogant person in our province. I heard that she was even humiliated by Chu Hen in front of everyone. It seems like only she and Lei Xiaolan survived in the Thunder Saint Palace. However, the two of them were so shocked that they can't even speak. Oh my God! Humiliating Lei Jixin? That's something I wouldn't even dare to dream about. One after another, shocking events occurred. Meteorites bombarded the victorious Dongxing province. No matter what it was enough to cause the entire province to be shaken. Yet now, this string of major events had actually occurred at the same time, and it was obvious exactly how great of a stir it had caused in the world. Inhumane. That's too terrifying. Who is the perpetrator? That person is the candidate to be the new sect leader of Mount Kunliu, Chu Hen. Chu Hen? A few days ago, this name was so unfamiliar to countless people that they wouldn't pay much attention to it. Unknown, nameless pawn. Right now, the two words Chu Hen resounded throughout the entire prefecture region. It shook everyone's souls and left an indelible mark in everyone's memories. He became famous in one battle. In this battle, blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. In this battle, Chu Hen had turned many famous monstrous geniuses into his stepping stones and sacrificial pawns. Lei Mingho, the number one genius of the province, a monstrous genius with a sacred lightning body. Shinta Etienne, a resourceful strategist who was good at controlling the situation. All these geniuses died in Chu Hen's hands. Even though many people didn't see the scene in the Xian Kshetra region with their own eyes. However, the scene that he could imagine in his mind was enough to shock him and send a chill down his spine. It's a pity about Lei Mingho. I heard he was the next holy master of the Thunder Saint Palace. He was waiting to obtain the Xian Kshetra, divine, lightning heart in the ancient, desolate heaven region. I didn't expect to meet this Chu Hen. Who is this Chu Hen? I've never heard of this name before. Mount Kunliu seemed to have produced Gong Yangyu 20 years ago. After that, I haven't heard of any outstanding geniuses. Who knows? However, I heard that this Chu Hen isn't from the victorious East Province. He seems to be from the 100 Nations Province. According to the rumors, he had some grudges with the people from the Seven Souls Palace. Because of a disagreement, he annihilated the entire Seven Souls Palace. 100 Nations Province? You mean that tiny place? That's right. The chaos continued to ferment and became more and more intense. It was absolutely unprecedented for all the sects to issue a boundless killing order at the same time. Chapter 918. The storm was coming. and the province was in chaos. The end of the ancient, desolate heaven region did not bring peace and harmony to the Yu province. Instead, the turmoil became more and more intense after the Xian Kshetra region. Chu Hen became famous after a single battle. From nobles to beggars, everyone knew Chu Hen's name. Lei Mingho was killed, and Lei Jixin was humiliated. These two monstrous geniuses with a Thunder Saint physique suffered a crushing defeat. This also incited the wrath of the Thunder Saint Palace. As one of the three great powers of the province, when had they ever suffered such an impact? Who dared to challenge the dignity of the Thunder Saint Palace? For a mere Chu Hen, it was unprecedented in history that all the major sects and forces jointly issued an unlimited kill order. Moreover, this anger even spread to Mount Kunliu, the mysterious ice sect, and the entire 100 Nations province. If we can't find that person, I will make Mount Kunliu bleed. This was the order personally issued by the Thunder Saint Palace Master after Chu Hen disappeared for half a month. The moment this news spread, the entire victorious East province trembled. A personal grudge would soon escalate into a war between sections. Without a doubt, with the strength of the Thunder Saint Palace, eradicating Mount Kunliu was a piece of cake. Thereafter, Shin Tu Changkong, the Valley Master of Wuwang Valley, and Luo Tsangsong, the sect master of Taiching sect, also sent out many experts to pursue Chu Hen's whereabouts. They also issued orders that Chu Hen's crimes were unforgivable. Even Mount Kunliu and the mysterious ice sect, which had ties with him, would be punished. The Heaven Dynasty's actions were even more ruthless. They directly extended their hatred for Chu Hen to the 100 Nations province. Pass down my orders. Send troops to the 100 Nations province. I want to flatten the entire 100 Nations province and make blood flow for 1,000 miles. When a king was angry, millions of corpses and rivers of blood would be formed. Today, it wasn't just one king who exploded in anger. The Heaven Dynasty was the only dynasty in the victorious East province that was ranked among the top 10 forces. The entire Heaven Dynasty's military strength reached tens of millions. For a dynasty, having an army of 1 million was enough to establish a foothold in this chaotic world. An army of 10 million was more than 10 times the military strength of the other dynasties. This already showed the extraordinary strength of the Heaven Unified Dynasty. Once the Sovereign King's edict came out, the Heaven Empire immediately sent out 6 armies, each with 500,000 soldiers. A total of 3 million mighty soldiers began to move. They crossed the victorious Dongzhou in a grandiose manner and headed towards the 100 Nations province. The 100 Nations province could be said to be insignificant compared to the victorious Eastern province. Although the population was quite large and the military strength of each country far exceeded 3 million, whether it was equipment, quality of military strength, or combat ability, they couldn't compare to the Heaven Unified Empire. Between a big country and a small country, it was not a competition of numbers. Once the 3 million soldiers of the Heaven Unified Dynasty all moved south, then the 100 Nations province wouldn't be able to stop them. All the sects, clans, and dynasties would be trampled to the ground by the cold cavalry. Similarly, he crossed the East Victory State and sent troops to the 100 Nation state. This was definitely an unprecedented and crazy feat. Just the itinerary alone would consume a large amount of resources and money. However, the Tian-Tong dynasty was still resolute. This was enough to show how angry the sects were. The chaos in the province was caused by a mere Chu Hen. Moreover, it would become even more chaotic from now on. Mount Kunliu, bastard, this Thunder Saint Palace is simply going too far. In the conference hall, the demon-slaying palace Lord Wenliang fiercely smashed the teacup in his hand onto the ground. Scalding tea flew everywhere, and glass shards flew everywhere. The Void Temple, Lord Xiaowuhe's face, was also gloomy as he sat on a wide chair at the side. All of the elders of Mount Kunliu were also gathered there. Each of them had a solemn expression and didn't say a word. Just half an hour ago, The experts of the Thunder Saint Palace had already arrived at the foot of Mount Kunliu. They even threatened that Mount Kunliu had to hand over Chu Hen within 10 days. Otherwise, they would ruthlessly flatten the entire sect. Infuriating, they directly stepped on their heads. This caused everyone in Mount Kunliu to be both angry and fearful. Wen Liang, why did this happen? The Void Temple Lord Xiaowuha, who had been silent for a long time, looked at Wen Liang with a deep gaze. Before the ancient desolate heaven domain opened, the higher-ups of Mount Kunliu had decided that the demon-slaying palace lord and the flying immortal palace lord would lead the team there. As for the Void Temple Lord, he would stay in the sect to prevent enemies from invading. However, who would have thought that the sect would be peaceful, while the ancient desolate heaven domain would undergo such a huge change? Yet the ones who caused this situation were the people of Mount Kunliu. As the team leaders, Wen Liang and Qi Hanyu had to bear the responsibility. The demon-slaying palace lord shook his head in confusion. I don't know what happened. After the battle with the blood refining hall's fish stream, we won. After that, I ordered Chu Hen, Lung Lingyan, and the others to search for the flying immortal palace lord. We never met again. I didn't even know that they had caused so much trouble. To be honest, Wen Liang also felt very helpless. The ancient desolate heaven domain was originally an ancient place to train the talents of the younger generation. In the ancient desolate heaven domain, it was best to let them act freely. Whether they were dragons or insects, it all depended on their own ability. After the battle with the blood refining hall's fish stream, the demon-slaying palace lord did not act at all. When the trip to the ancient desolate heaven domain came to an end, Wen Liang led the rest of the team back to the sect. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that a few days after he returned, the entire province would be engulfed in an unprecedented violent storm. Sigh. Wen Liang sighed. If I knew this was going to happen, I wouldn't have allowed Chu Hen to lead the team. What's the point of saying this now? Xie Wuhe's expression turned even uglier as he asked, Where are the others? Wen Liang shook his head again. Where were Lung Lingyan, Shan Zhen, and the others? Where was the flying immortal palace lord, Qi Hanyu? They had no idea about any of these. After all, everything had happened too suddenly. They did not even have time to prepare before Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. Even Wen Liang and Xiaowuha, who were used to seeing wind and rain, were in a state of stupefaction. Now that the Thunder Saint Palace had publicly denounced them, it was even more difficult for them to remain calm. What should we do now? If we can't hand over Chu Hen, our Mount Kunliu will really be destroyed, an elder said worriedly. I have a plan that can solve the current situation. At this moment, an elder with a gloomy expression stood up and said in a deep voice, We'll immediately announce to the public that Chu Hen is treacherous and unforgivable. From today onwards, he'll be expelled from the sect. From today onwards, he will no longer have anything to do with the sect. If the other sects need us, we can help them kill this brat as a warning. Shut up! Bang! Before the elder could finish speaking, the demon-slaying palace lord slammed his palm on the tea table beside him. His eyes were wide open as he pointed at the elder and said, You're a disgrace to Mount Kunliu's name by saying such shameless words. The elder's expression changed immediately. His body trembled as he quickly said, Palace Lord, please don't be angry. I'm only doing this for the good of Mount Kunliu. If the 1,000-year foundation of our ancestors is destroyed in our hands, it'll be an eternal hatred. Wen Liang trembled with anger. He looked at the silent crowd with sorrow and helplessness. I didn't expect our Mount Kunliu to be so afraid of death and unable to distinguish right from wrong. Forget it. Wen Liang's eyes turned red as he stared at the silent Void Palace Lord and said word by word, Old Xie, the sect master position is yours. I, Wen Liang, will not be regretted even if I die, but I will definitely not implicate Mount Kunliu. With that, Wen Liang waved his sleeves and turned to leave. In the entire hall, no one tried to stop him. Xie Wuhe also frowned as if he was struggling in his heart. On one side was righteousness, and on the other side was the safety of the sect. No one did anything wrong. It was just that they had different standpoints. Report. At this moment, a young disciple rushed in anxiously and presented a letter with both hands. Palace Lord, a letter from the flying immortal palace. Lord, a letter from Chihanyu? All the elders couldn't help but show some emotions on their faces. Give it to me, Xia Wuha said in a low voice. The young disciple presented the letter. Xia Wuha opened the letter with a serious expression and glanced at the few lines of words on it. Immediately after, Xia Wuha's arm trembled and his expression changed. Wen Liang, wait! Under the confused gazes of all the elders, Xia Wuha hurriedly chased after the demon-slaying palace lord who had already walked out of the door. Is there anything else? Wen Liang replied coldly. Take a look. Xia Wuha hurriedly passed the letter over. At the same time, the elders behind him also came over. What kind of letter could cause the other party to lose his composure like this? Wen Liang frowned and took the letter impatiently. However, the content of the letter was very short. The general gist of it was that the two of them should not act rashly and temporarily deal with the people from the Thunder Saint Palace. As for the other matters, they should leave it to the other side to handle. This was not any useful information. However, when Wen Liang's gaze shifted to the signature at the end of the letter, his face was also filled with shock. This disbelief began to fill everyone's faces, and everyone's eyes instantly revealed a look of pleasant surprise. It was as if they saw a ray of light in the endless darkness. At the bottom of the letter, there were 3 bold and forceful words written in sharp handwriting. Chapter 919. The moon splashed across the Milky Way, and the night fell on the earth. The darkness spread wantonly, causing undercurrents to surge in the Dongshun province. There was much darkness and unease hidden in every corner of the province. Blood Refining Hall. The atmosphere was a little noisy. Even though it was midnight, there were still some busybodies who couldn't sleep whispering. Have you heard? Thunder Saint Palace came to Mount Kunliu to denounce us. I've known it for a long time. It's so King satisfying. Let's see if Mount Kunliu will be destroyed this time. This has really allowed us to vent our anger. In my opinion, Mount Kunliu deserves it. It's best if the Thunder Saint Palace is magnanimous enough to flatten their mountain gate. At that time, I'll step on the heads of those palace masters and make them lose all face even after they die. Haha, good idea. Don't forget to call me. Mount Kunliu, oh Mount Kunliu, you will also have this day. Ho Lai and Liao Qixio, the 2 deputy heads, died in the ancient baron's heaven realm. I thought Mount Kunliu would suppress our blood refining hall in the future. I didn't expect that Mount Kunliu would suffer retribution so soon. Ha ha ha. Several disciples of the blood refining hall gathered together, gloating and talking loudly. However, at this moment, a ghost-like figure flew from the mountain gate at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that it jumped a few miles. Who is it? The few of them were startled and immediately questioned him. As his voice fell, a beam of sharp sword light flashed like a meteor in the night sky. Everyone's pupils shrank. Hiss! The sharp weapon pierced through their flesh, and they fell to the ground one after another. A thin red line on their necks rapidly thickened, and scarlet blood flowed and spread on the stairs, a sword as fast as lightning. Without any hesitation, the figure went straight to the central area of the blood refining hall. Night. Gradually it became silent. A waning moon hung high in the branches, looming in the dark clouds, at the periphery of a heavily guarded attic. This was a majestic pavilion. However, under the afterglow of the waning moon, it emitted waves of demonic aura. Phew! The air trembled slightly, and the phantom in the night kept approaching the attic. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the silent night, there were bursts of sharp sword chi breaking the wind. The guards of the blood refining hall fell to the ground one after another. Even at the moment of death, they didn't know what happened. Clang! The door of the loft was pushed open, and a sharp and powerful murderous aura swept out from the mysterious black figure standing at the door. There was a large cauldron in the center of the main hall of the pavilion. Dark red and dark blue mist constantly emerged from the cauldron. Under the dim light, it seemed incomparably mysterious and ever-changing. Beside the cauldron sat 3 old men. The faces of these 3 old men were haggard, their skin was wrinkled, and their eye sockets were sunken. Their gazes were cold. "Who are you? How dare you break into my blood-refining hall?" One of the old men shouted, and then he patted the ground beside him. With the strength of his palm, he suddenly rose into the air and set off a surging palm strength to hit the black figure. However, the black figure didn't even move. He struck with a sword, and the cold sword light was like a dark rainbow, rolling up the extremely cold, killing intent. Hiss! The sword and the palm met in an instant, and a series of blood flowers flew. The old man's face changed dramatically. He saw that the long sword pierced through his withered palm like piercing through a piece of thin paper before he could scream. The sharp sword that pierced through his palm didn't stop. It went straight down again and neatly pierced into his throat. One sword killed him. The sharpness was matchless. The other 2 old men were shocked and quickly got up. One of them rushed to the black figure again. "Damn it, who are you?" His voice hadn't even finished resounding through the air when the mysterious black shadow suddenly vanished on the spot, and it transformed into a humanoid sword chi that charged forward. Bang! Blood splashed, and internal organs flew. The ruthless humanoid sword chi was like the sickle in the hand of death, and it directly cut the second old man into 2 halves. The last remaining old man's eyes were wide open, and his old eyes were filled with endless shock. "One sword flying immortal. Art?" As soon as the word came out, the cold sword light immediately cut his throat. Blood splashed, and he fell to the ground with his eyes open, powerless and angry. In the blink of an eye, the 3 old men who guarded this place died one after another. However, for the mysterious black figure, it was as simple as killing 3 chicks. He was so indifferent that he didn't even blink his eyes. Then he slowly walked to the big cauldron in front of him, which was emitting dense evil chi. He raised his hand and opened the lid of the cauldron. There were 2 foam-like spherical membranes in the cauldron. Through the almost transparent membrane, a dark red giant ant was wrapped in one of the spherical membranes. The giant ant was about 1,000 times the size of a normal ant, and its body was emitting an extremely high temperature. Its pair of antennae swayed gently, and there was a low and subtle sound. In the other sphere, there was a praying mantis that was just as large. It was about 10 times the size of a normal praying mantis, and its pair of extremely sharp mantis hands emitted a cold light like a blade. Its pitch-black eyes seemed to be an evil creature from hell. Looking at the 2 strange creatures in the cauldron, the mysterious black figure showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Soon after, he closed the lid of the cauldron and stored the entire cauldron into his bag. With a move of his body, he quickly disappeared into the boundless night. About a quarter of an hour, the blood-refining hall, which had not been silent for a long time, directly broke into a huge chaos. Bad news! Fire Ant Queen! Blood Mantis Emperor has been stolen. Oh my God! Hurry up and inform the sect head. Turmoil, unprecedented turmoil, swept through the entire blood-refining hall. The silence of the night was broken. Many figures rushed towards the attic in a hurry. When they saw the terrible situation in the attic, everyone felt like being hit by a bolt from the blue, and their faces were as pale as paper. Who is it? Who the hell is it? A panicked figure angrily pushed away the crowd in front of him. His dazed look did not match his gorgeous clothes at all. Sect head. Several elders of the blood refining hall hurried to welcome him. Get lost! Don't block me! That person shook off the crowd and directly rushed to the entrance of the attic. What appeared in front of him were 3 horrible corpses and an empty main hall. The 3 elders who guarded here were all dead. The cauldron that was originally placed in the center also disappeared without a trace. In an instant, the sect head of the blood refining hall trembled and directly sat on the ground. It was as if he had aged more than 10 years in an instant. It's over, it's completely over. Everyone present was silent. All of them were furious and powerless at the same time. Others might not know, but they knew very well that the 2 vice sect heads, Holai and Liao Qixio, had died in battle during the trip to the ancient desolate heaven domain, and many elite disciples had died. The blood refining hall had directly suffered an unimaginable loss, and the Fire Ant Queen and Blood Mantis Emperor were their last hope. Now, their last hope was also shattered. Obviously, not long ago, they were still gloating over the misfortune of Mount Kunlu. Who did it? Chapter 920. The next day, the theft of the blood refining hall was like the wind passing through the wall and quickly spread in the Dongxing State region. Have you heard? The blood refining hall was stolen last night. Oh, what was stolen? It said that it took them 200 or 300 years to create a species. As for what it is, I'm not sure. Anyway, it's something very important. It said that the master of the blood refining hall was so angry that he fell ill. Hey, the blood refining hall is so unlucky. Although they practice some unorthodox methods, they're the best in our province. It's not impossible for them to become one of the top 10 forces in the province in the future. However, Holai and Liao Qixio both died in the ancient baron's heaven realm. Now that they've suffered such a heavy loss, I'm afraid they will be reduced to a 4th or 5th class sect. It's really not peaceful recently. I wonder where that Chu Hen is hiding. No matter where he hides, he will die in the end. This time, all the sects are determined to kill him. Even the 1,000-world sect and the palace of Juhua can't save his life. Rumors and gossips spread like wildfire. This time the chaos returned. Woo! Roar! The Mang Mountain was thousands of miles long. The undulating peaks were like pillars reaching the sky. This was the largest and steepest demon beast mountain range in the Dongxing province. Here, demons ran amok and thousands of beasts lived. In the deepest part of the mountain range, a forbidden area that ordinary people couldn't enter, there was a powerful heaven beast that was comparable to an expert in the profound sky realm. Roar! At this moment, in a deep and gloomy forest, tall and lush trees covered the sky and the sun. The moist air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. A huge demon beast that looked like a snapping turtle was lying on the ground and growling in a deep voice. It looked like a snapping turtle and was covered with a thick and heavy armor. Saber snapping turtle. This was a level 2 heaven beast, a terrifying species that was comparable to an expert in the 2nd stage of the profound sky realm. Even in the entire province, there were very few demonic beasts. The sword-back snapping turtle looked dispirited, as if it had been wounded. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. Based on the collapsed ground and tree trunks, it was not difficult to see that a particularly intense battle had just broken out here. A person was standing in front of the sword-back snapping turtle. The slender and young figure exuded a cold aura. That handsome side profile was angular, and there was a faint evil aura about it. Roar! The sword-back snapping turtle stared at the human man with a fearful and sinister gaze. Subsequently, the latter flipped his palm, and a mutant fruit with a gentle golden glow appeared in his hand. Myriad beast fruit. It was a special spirit treasure that could make demon beasts drop their guard against humans. Buzz! The young man flipped his hand, and the 10,000 beast fruit landed lightly on the ground. After the 1,000 beast fruit fell to the ground, it turned into a ball of golden liquid and merged with the soil. Then a strange green sprout rapidly grew out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, the green sprout seemed to have experienced spring and autumn. becoming a strange plant about 30 to 40 centimeters tall. There was a bud at the top of the flower. The flower bud slowly bloomed, and a crystal clear fruit was hidden inside. At the same time, the young man took out a scroll painting. He unfurled the scroll, and as the ancient runes revolved around it, a pattern that resembled the appearance of a demonic beast appeared. The revolving thousand beasts picture. Compared to before, the number of demon beasts on the revolving thousand beasts picture had increased by a lot. Roar. Looking at the myriad beast fruit and the revolving thousand beasts picture in the young man's hand, the swordback snapping turtle let out a low roar again. Obviously, there were only two paths in front of it. One was to become this human's summoned beast. The other was to die. Without any words, the young man just stared at the heavenly beast with indifference. That deep gaze exuded a kind of aura that made people's hearts palpitate. In the end, the swordback snapping turtle chose to live. It stuck its head out and swallowed the myriad beast fruit in its mouth. Buzz, buzz! Then a layer of gentle golden halo appeared on the swordback snapping turtle's body. The effects of the myriad beast fruit took effect, and the injuries on its body were immediately alleviated. At the same time, when it looked at the human in front of it again, its gaze was less cold and more gentle. Subsequently, the swordback snapping turtle raised one of its huge claws, and a drop of beast blood seeped out from its scales and lightly dripped onto the revolving thousand beasts picture like raindrops. Whoosh! A strand of light ripples spread out in all directions, and the scroll painting emitted waves of obscure energy waves. The drop of blood quickly melted on the scroll and converged into a strange pattern of a crocodile's head in a blank space. After finishing all this, the swordback snapping turtle slowly stood up, and moving its huge body, it turned around and entered the dark forest, leaving behind a row of grass and shrubs that had been trampled into mud. Myriad beast fruit, the revolving thousand beasts picture. This young man was none other than Chu Hen. When he obtained the myriad beast fruit and the revolving thousand beasts picture from the wind-soaring origin, he had once squandered 400 myriad beast fruits and left 200 for storage. Compared to before, he used the method of luring those demonic beasts into eating the myriad beast fruit. Now, it was much simpler and more violent. He directly used the method of forcefully subduing them and signing a summoning contract with them. After all, the higher the level of the demonic beast, the higher its intelligence. The intelligence of a heavenly beast was already not inferior to that of a human. Using the method of deception would not work at all. Casually putting away the revolving thousand beasts picture, Chu Hen silently left in another direction. However, after walking for less than 10 steps, he stopped. Boom! In the next moment, an incomparably violent force that was comparable to a gushing torrent, with Chu Hen as the center, swept away all the trees in the forest in all directions. One by one, the towering trees were smashed into pieces, and wood shavings flew everywhere. The flowers and grasses turned into powder, and a thick layer of soil on the ground was directly blown off. Swish, swish, swish! A series of swift and fierce, wind-breaking auras attacked, and more than 10 menacing figures directly surrounded Chu Hen, and their majestic auras were like mountains. Are you going to chop off your own hands and feet, or do you want me, Lei Wen, to do it myself? A heavy and cold voice was spat out from the mouth of a middle-aged man. This person's aura was extraordinary, and his eyes were like torches. His arms were intertwined with lightning, as if there were 2 lightning dragons coiled around him, constantly letting out heart-palpitating manic cries. As one of the 3 major forces, the Thunder Saint Palace was still the first to find him. Lei Wen, the youngest and most promising elder of the Thunder Saint Palace. Everyone knew that this person was only 40 years old, but he had already reached the 4th level of the heavenly, profound realm. At the same time, he was also the vanguard sent by the Thunder Saint Palace to kill Chu Hen. Lei Wen was vicious and merciless, and his methods were cruel. It was often said that as long as Lei Wen made a move, No matter who the opponent was, the best choice was to take their own lives before Lei Wen arrived. This sentence was enough to show how terrifying Lei Wen was. Feeling the strong killing intent of the people around him, Chu Hen's expression was abnormally calm. "You came quite quickly, but with just the few of you, it's not enough." The indifferent voice caused the killing intent of the people from the Thunder Saint Palace to intensify. Lei Wen revealed a faint sneer. "I hope that after I count to 5, you can still say these words so calmly." As soon as he finished speaking, endless killing intent surged like an erupting flame. Chapter 9:21. "I hope that after I count to 5, you'll still be able to say those words so calmly." As Lei Wen's voice fell, a monstrous and majestic aura suddenly swept out from the forest, like a volcano erupting. An incomparably heavy sound rang out. The earth trembled, and the birds and beasts in the forest in the distance flew away in fright. As if they had encountered a violent storm, the ground cracked and rocks rose into the air. The violent energy directly engulfed the group of Thunder Saint Palace experts. Endless evil energy swept out in all directions with an unstoppable force. Bang! Then a figure with a face full of shock was directly sent flying. At the same time, the gorgeous lightning armor on his body shattered, like crystal fragments. Soon after, he crashed into several large trees in succession before he was able to stop. Ugh. Lei Wen sat paralyzed against a large tree as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His round eyes were filled with intense shock as he lowered his head in disbelief to look at his own chest. A saint's sword swallowing and spitting green patterns of light had directly pierced deep into his chest. His mind trembled, and his entire body trembled. This high-spirited and extraordinary-looking youngest elder of Thunder Saint Palace was now like a completely different person compared to the arrogant and dignified person he was just a moment ago. The only thing that could be seen on his face was unconcealable fear. Ta-ta-ta! The sound of steady footsteps on the gravel produced powerful sounds. Amidst the dancing dust, a young and indifferent figure approached Lei Wen from afar. As death gradually approached, this young man was like a demon from hell, inspiring fear. How can this be? Lei Wen raised his head to look at the handsome face with a hint of demonic charm. How did your cultivation level increase so quickly? The Battle of Xiankuan Sky Region. According to the information provided by the surviving eyewitnesses, Chu Hen had only just stepped into the first level of the Sky Profound Realm. However, with his many powerful trump cards, he had the battle strength to kill a third-level Sky Profound Realm expert. However, when he killed the Clear Sky Sect's third elder Li Xiao, Chu Hen was also injured. Therefore, the conclusion that the outside world came to was that Chu Hen's battle value was slightly higher than the third level of the Sky Profound Realm, but lower than the fourth level. Lei Wen's cultivation had entered the fourth level of the Sky Profound Realm many years ago, and had already reached the late stage, or even the peak stage. It was not difficult to take down Chu Hen. However, unexpectedly, in just a single exchange, Chu Hen mercilessly stabbed the blue sky sword into his opponent's chest. Chu Hen stared at him indifferently. He slowly extended his hand and gripped the hilt of Blue Ran's sword. "Have you ever heard of the slaughter power?" Chu Hen lightly spat out a few words. The intense pain caused Lei Wen's face to turn pale. He frowned and muttered to himself in a low voice, "The power of slaughter!" The cold aura emanating from Chu Hen made him feel a chill that he had never felt before. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a human, but a demon. Lei Wen grabbed the middle section of the sword with one hand and tried to pull it out, but the power from Chu Hen's hand was so strong that it felt like it was stuck in a rock. Who exactly are you?" "Go ask the King of Hell." The cold voice directly sentenced the other party to death. Lei Wen's pupils shrank sharply. The wound on his chest first loosened, and a sword light that was as fast as lightning flashed in front of his eyes. The cold sword edge swept across his throat like a thin piece of paper. Hiss! Bright blood blossomed in the air. The thin red line on his neck slowly thickened, and his vitality rapidly drained away. Lei Wen's eyes gradually became slack, and finally they completely froze. Chu Hen's emotions did not fluctuate much. A drop of blood slid down the sword that he was holding diagonally. He did not take another look and directly turned to leave. The mountain wind that blew in his face was somewhat bone-chilling. A few days later, in a vast mountain range near the border of the eastern Victory Province. The mountain range here was not particularly steep, and there were no lush forests. Most of the central area was dominated by solid rock layers, and the outer area was filled with green forests. At this moment, a mighty and majestic army, like a long dragon, stepped into a canyon. On both sides of the canyon were steep mountain ridges. At a glance, the canyon ran from the north to the south, and it was like a vast and majestic chasm. This army was very powerful, and there were as many as 500,000 people. From afar, it looked like a black tide surging into the canyon. No matter how one looked at it, it was very majestic. The vanguard at the front was the cavalry. Every general in armor was riding a war horse. However, these were not ordinary war horses. Every war horse was 5 to 6 meters tall, and their 4 hooves were huge. Furthermore, there were balls of green light on their hooves, wind-chasing beasts. Even the weakest among them was a spirit-level demon beast. This type of demon beast was extremely fast and had a very shocking sprinting ability. In front of them, ordinary war horses were no different from children in front of a strong man. Behind the cavalry was also an army of ferocious beasts controlled by humans. These ferocious beasts had the bodies of cows, and their heads were like leopards. Their bodies were wrapped in thick iron chains, and their ferocious teeth were exposed. They emitted a bloodthirsty and cruel aura. General, according to our speed, we will need at most 3 days to reach the 100-nation state. In the middle of the cavalry and the army of ferocious beasts, there was a wind-chasing beast with green spiritual inscriptions all over its body, emitting a high and mighty aura like a king. On the back of this wind-chasing beast king was a man wearing a flowing light sacred armor with a gloomy gaze. This person had a pair of triangular eyes, and his gaze was deep. His entire body was secretly filled with an obscure hostility. This was an aura that only people whose hands were stained with blood would have. When he heard the 3 words 100-nation state, the middle-aged man could not help but reveal a frivolous sneer. To think that I, Wu Gui, have fought for the empire for more than 20 years and have conquered countless cities and conquered lands. I never thought that I would be sent to attack such a small place today. Humph! It was obvious that this person was very disdainful of the 100-nation state. He was so disdainful that he did not even have the right to attack. The deputy general, next to him, smiled playfully. Including our wind-chasing army, His Majesty has sent out 6 armies, a total of 3 million soldiers, to attack the 100-nation state. This is enough to show how furious His Majesty is this time. Wu Gui narrowed his eyes. 3 million soldiers? Humph! You've really made a barbaric place like the 100-nation state proud. General, I wonder how we should deal with those lowly dogs in the 100-nation state? Of course. I'll have to ask my soldiers. Wu Gui sneered. Wu Gui sneered. Then he turned around to look at the mighty, wind-chasing army behind him and shouted, "Soldiers, the right deputy general asked me how we should deal with the peasants after we reach the 100 Nations continent. What do you think?" 10,000 people responded to his call. In an instant, a vigorous and high-spirited voice reverberated in the entire valley. "Millions of corpses, rivers of blood, and slaughter them all! Ha ha! This expedition is much easier than before. I've given the order that once we arrive at the 100-nation state, all of you can enjoy yourselves to your heart's content." A sinister smile appeared on Wu Gui's face. At the same time, many of the soldiers' eyes were filled with burning greed as well. What kind of leader would have what kind of subordinates? What he said was absolutely correct. In the past, when Wu Gui attacked cities and seized land, he would often kill countless people. All the men would be killed, and the women would be reduced to tools for his pleasure. In the eyes of Wu Gui and his soldiers, the 100-nation state was like a paradise that was bestowed to them. They were unprecedentedly powerful there. Together with the other armies, they could easily sweep the 100-nation state and do whatever they wanted there. "Thank you, General." A loud and passionate voice reverberated in the entire valley. For a time, everyone moved forward with great momentum. The long line of soldiers entered the great moat canyon. At this moment, everyone suddenly sensed an ice-cold aura. Everyone was startled. They saw a slender figure standing at the top of a cliff in front of them. Chapter 9:22. The mighty, wind-chasing army was like a long dragon that had entered the Grand Canyon. It was a majestic sight to see 500,000 soldiers. From afar, they looked like a surging black tide. When the entire army entered the Grand Canyon of the Grand Canyon, everyone suddenly sensed a cold aura that made them feel uneasy. A chilly wind blew over, and the temperature of the entire canyon plummeted. A young figure that emitted a devilish aura stood on the steep mountain wall in front of them. The way he looked at them was as though he was looking at a group of people who were about to die. "Who's blocking our way? Are you tired of living?" One of the deputy general of the cavalry vanguard shouted. The corner of the young man's mouth curled up slightly. His emotionless voice was transmitted to everyone's ears. "I'll give all of you a choice. Go back to your dynasty immediately." Although his tone was calm, everyone could clearly sense the threat in his voice. Everyone was shocked and puzzled. Who was this guy? After all, there were 500,000 elite soldiers standing in front of him at this moment. It was a powerful army that could crush any dynasty in the 100 Nations prefecture. Amir Brat dared to speak so arrogantly here. "Humph." Wu Gui glared at Duan Ling Tian as he pointed his finger forward and said, "Where did you come from, Brat? How dare you try to act mysterious in front of me? If you want to have a taste of being torn apart by 5 horses, you can continue fighting there. I'll give you to the count of 3. Hee, it seems like you're really stupid. Don't blame me then." Wu Gui sneered as a cruel expression appeared on his face. 3, 2. The cold and indifferent voice was like the countdown of the god of death, causing strands of shapeless ripples to appear in the air and reverberate within the gorge, and it seemed to be slightly ethereal and distant. Wu Gui, whose hands were stained with the blood of countless people, was also a ruthless person. How could he be so easily frightened by the other party? "Drag this idiot to death with a horse." Wu Gui shouted fiercely. "Yes." The few deputy generals by his side immediately obeyed the order and flew up to capture the other party. Almost at the same time, that person's throat moved slightly, and a voice that sounded like an order of execution was spat out. 1. It's a pity that you didn't cherish this one and only chance to live. Roar! Roar! Along with his voice, an earth-shattering roar of a ferocious beast came from all directions of the canyon without any warning. The impact of the sound wave, which was comparable to a tsunami of thunder, directly knocked many soldiers to the ground, causing their blood to churn. Following that, the earth shook and the mountains swayed. The earth pulsed. It was as if an incomparably huge earthquake had occurred. The world spun and the mountains swayed. Boom! In the next second, the ground in the middle of the Grand Canyon suddenly collapsed. The earth sank as if it had been hollowed out, and a huge sinkhole immediately appeared under the sky. Caught off guard, the soldiers lost their footing and fell into the huge pit. Rocks tumbled and dust flew everywhere. Blood-curdling screams rang out. The collapsed ground was like a sand sculpture that had lost its support, collapsing rapidly from the middle. The 500,000 soldiers fell into the huge pit under their feet one after another. Humans and demonic beasts huddled together, and countless people were trampled to death by their own people. What? Commander Wu Gui's face darkened. He was both shocked and furious. He looked at the ground that was collapsing inch by inch. He saw that the rocks in the ground had actually been dug out into a hollow space. The rocks under the Grand Canyon had been hollowed out and turned into a super huge beehive. One collapse, all collapse. One collapse, all collapse. How was this possible? With the limitations of humans, it was impossible for them to complete such an amazing project. Moreover, it just had to be during this critical period. Boom! Bang! The ground collapsed instantly, and hundreds of thousands of people fell into a sinkhole that was dozens of meters deep. The scene was spectacular, like a colony of ants in a cage. The sky was dark and the earth was dark. However, they were all well-trained elites. They quickly stabilized themselves and quickly leaped up to escape the predicament. Swish, swish! However, following that, a series of chaotic noises came from all directions. Everyone's expression changed. They saw huge red ants crawling out from the cracks in the surrounding rocks. Each of the red ants was the size of a fist. They were dark red and emitted a scorching heat, like terrifying creatures that crawled out from the magma in the Earth's core. They were densely packed, tens of thousands of them, and in the center of the ant colony, there was an even larger ant queen. This is a fire ant colony? Damn it! Run! Indescribable shock filled every panicked face. No matter when, the fire ant swarm was always a kind of disaster to them. Hiss hiss! Without any pause, tens of thousands of fire ants rushed toward the Heaven Dynasty's elite soldiers like a red tide. Ah! The heart-wrenching screams continued. The fire ants' scorching heat was like a piece of red-hot iron. Their sharp teeth were like flaming blades that could easily bite through people's blood vessels. Anyone who was bitten by the fire ants felt as if their blood was burning. Their entire body turned red as they struggled in pain and died in madness. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the huge pit turned into a sea of fire. The fire ant colony quickly shuttled through the crowd, bringing with it balls of high-temperature flames. Damn it! General Wu Guo and a group of stronger deputy generals stood in the air and roared anxiously and angrily. Hurry up! All of you crawl out! In the panic, everyone had no time to care about others. They all stepped on the people below and climbed up. For a moment, countless soldiers were trampled to death by their own people. But before they could get out of danger, an even more chaotic aura attacked them. Buzz! The space around them fluctuated restlessly, and a black shadow enveloped them from both ends of the canyon. A thick aura of death came whistling over. Wu Guo and the other deputy generals were all shocked. It was a swarm of insects again. There were countless blood-blade mantises among the black dots. Their eyes were as black as ink, and their hands were bright red, flashing with a dazzling cold light. They looked like bloodthirsty, poisonous creatures from hell. Whoosh! Countless blood-blade mantises mercilessly pounced on the panicked soldiers of the Tito dynasty. They moved as fast as lightning, and their hands were as sharp as blades. The soldiers' throats were cut open, and their chests were pierced. They died on the spot. With great difficulty, they climbed to the shore and escaped from the fire ant colony. But before they could catch their breath, they were killed by the blood-blade mantises. Hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers were squeezed into a small area, waiting to be slaughtered. Not to mention resisting, it was difficult to even stretch out one's arms and legs. Roar! Following that, huge ferocious beasts emerged one after another. They looked like ferocious gods and devils, appearing on the cliffs on both sides of the Grand Canyon. The frightening ferocious might came crashing down, causing the inner defenses of the people below to completely collapse. The ferocious beast stomped hard on the walls of the mountain ridges beneath them, causing deep cracks to appear on the stone walls. Rocks of all sizes tumbled down. The people in the canyon were powerless like ants, and they were in a miserable state, merciless slaughter. Even the illustrious Wu Guo had never seen such a terrible way of killing. If the situation continued to develop like this, in less than a cup of tea's time, 500,000 elite soldiers would be trapped and killed here, slaughtering 500,000 people in one go. What kind of action was this? Compared to this, Wu Gui was not even worth mentioning. Then, Wu Gui's eyes trembled as he looked at the cold young figure. From the beginning to the end, his expression was especially calm, as if he was looking at something unimportant. Chapter 9:23. You are Chu Hen. The sudden enlightenment made Wu Gui, the general of the wind-chasing army, feel as if his soul was trembling. The beasts roared, the fire ants besieged, and the blood mantis harvested. It was as if the 500,000 soldiers had been dragged into an abyss of eternal damnation. What awaited them was a horrifying massacre that they would never be able to recover from. Chu Hen looked condescendingly at Wu Gui's face, which was filled with endless horror. His deep eyes exuded a chilling coldness. Only at this moment did Wu Gui suddenly sober up. A bloodbath in the 100 Kingdoms province? What a ridiculous idea it was. They had not even left the border of the victorious East province, and they would all be buried here. It was sad, pitiful, and ridiculous hearing the mournful screams behind him. Wu Gui's face twisted. Wu Gui's face twisted. He glared at them and roared hysterically, "Stop! We're going back to the city now." Chu Hen's mouth twitched, and he replied in a mocking tone, "I'm sorry, it's too late." Too late. He had given Wu Gui a chance at the beginning, but he did not cherish it. Some things, once missed, meant that he would lose everything. Damn it! Wu Gui was flustered and exasperated. His eyes were spitting fire. He raised a long saber and charged at Chu Hen with ferocious killing intent. "Damn brat! I'm going to fight you to the death today." If he lost his army, Wu Gui would die if he went back. Since he was going to die anyway, he did not have much to worry about. Today, this general will see if you're really that evil. Die for me! All the true inner force in his body erupted without reservation. Wu Gui's momentum was astonishing, and the saber in his hand dragged out a solid tiger shadow in the void. The space fluctuated restlessly. This saber strike was very powerful, but when the opponent's broadsword was still more than 10 meters away from Chu Hen, an ear-piercing, furious roar suddenly exploded from behind Wu Gui. A thick aura of destruction surged toward him. Wu Gui's expression changed dramatically. Before he could recover from his shock, a sharp crocodile's mouth bit into his body. Bang! Blood rained down and internal organs splattered everywhere. The merciless mouth bit Wu Gui's body into 2 pieces from the middle. Ah! A shrill scream reverberated through the entire canyon. Then a huge, scaly claw swept over and heavily slapped Wu Gui's head. Bang! A circle of blood, mist surged out like ripples on the surface of water. Wu Gui's upper body was smashed into pieces by the terrifying impact. Roar! The sword-back, snapping turtle in the sky let out a deafening roar. Chu Hen stood proudly at the edge of the cliff like a king who ruled the world. With a flip of his hand, he slaughtered thousands of soldiers. With the death of their commander, the wind-chasing army's last line of defense completely collapsed. The entire Grand Canyon had been reduced to a land of death. The sinkhole turned into a sea of fire. The blood-blade mantis reaped lives to its heart's content. At the same time, gigantic demonic beasts were constantly crashing into the mountain ridges on both sides of the canyon. Boulders rolled down, burying countless people alive. After an unknown amount of time, the mournful cries gradually quieted down. The huge mountain range became deathly silent in an instant. The entire vast canyon was now filled with corpses. 500,000 elite soldiers had all turned into ghosts. Sizzle, buzz. The fire ants and the blood-blade mantis swarmed back and forth in the valley. Many huge demonic beasts lowered their heads and whimpered, as if they were quietly waiting for Chu Hen's orders. "Get out here." Chu Hen's eyes turned cold as he shouted in a deep voice, "Swish, swish!" As soon as his voice fell, Dozens of cold and gloomy figures flashed out from behind a mountain range. Everyone looked at the scene in the canyon, and not a single one of them was not shocked to the point that their faces paled. Their eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and their gazes towards Chu Hen were filled with fear and viciousness. "You are simply inhumane. Do the dogs of Innocence Valley have the right to talk to me about humanity?" Chu Hen replied coldly. Everyone's expression became even more unsightly. They could tell that Chu Hen's disgust for Wuang Valley was much greater than the heavenly imperial court. Considering the current situation, a middle-aged man in a black robe turned to the people behind him and said, "Old 4, Old 5, stay here and help me. The rest of you immediately go to the major contact points and inform the Valley Master. The thief, Chu Hen, has been found." "Yes." Everyone immediately nodded in agreement. According to the latest information, they already knew that Elder Lei Wen of the Thunder Saint Palace had been killed. What level had Chu Hen's strength reached? No one dared to make any guesses. In a situation where they didn't have enough confidence in taking down Chu Hen, the best way was to immediately notify Wuang Valley to send reinforcements. A cold wind blew. Except for the 3 people in the lead, the rest of the people quickly retreated. They turned to look at Chu Hen, their cold eyes surging with killing intent. "Since you're already here, then don't leave." "Humph, don't be too proud, little bastard." The black-robed man's eyes darkened. Then he raised his hand and waved. Swoosh! In the next moment, the 2 figures beside him released a majestic and monstrous force at the same time. The 2 of them rushed towards Chu Hen, one on the left and one on the right. As they moved, the one on the left erupted with incomparably hot flames, while the one on the right released a bone-chilling ice aura, burning sky blade, ice demon sword. Buzz! Whoosh! True Essence soared into the sky, and a dazzling scarlet flame blade dragged out a prairie fire as it slashed through the air towards Chu Hen. On the other side, amidst the raging snowstorm, a huge sword condensed from ice pierced through the sky, sweeping up a biting, cold, killing intent as it attacked. The scarlet flame blade and the huge ice sword were like 2 divine blades that could tear the sky and the earth apart. They were extremely lethal. Chu Hen, who was standing at the edge of the cliff, was enduring 2 extremely fierce waves of air. The surrounding space was trembling uneasily. Then Chu Hen's eyelids twitched, and a purple light jumped in his eyes. Bang! A heavy and shocking explosion exploded in the sky, and a gorgeous purple light curtain-blocked in front of Chu Hen like a divine shield. There was endless turbulence in all directions, and the shock wave of the fusion of ice and fire was like a surging tide. "Humph, your defense is really good, but unfortunately you can't defend a second time." A frivolous sneer came from the front, and the black-robed man had suddenly flashed in front of Chu Hen. There was no doubt that the 2 people just now had no intention of killing Chu Hen with a single blow. Their purpose was very simple, which was to create an opportunity for the black-robed man. "It's over, little bastard!" The black-robed man's eyes were full of ferocity, and an extremely violent True Essence light pattern floated in his palm. The light pattern flowed rapidly and instantly turned into an extremely sharp bone spur. The bone spur, which had the power to penetrate everything, stabbed at Chu Hen's throat at an extremely fast speed. Hiss! The sound of flesh being pierced was especially soft and sweet. The black-robed man's pupils dilated rapidly, and the other 2's faces were also filled with deep shock. The visual impact seemed to slow down the flow of time. The fatal bone spur in the black-robed man's palm was only a finger's breadth away from Chu Hen's throat, but the latter's chest had already been pierced through by a huge sword light. The sharp sword aura was like the first rays of dawn that pierced through the clouds, and it was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound on the black-robed man's chest kept opening up, and as blood danced in the air, his vitality also rapidly disappeared. The other 2's expressions changed drastically, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They were both shocked and horrified. Boom! In the next second, a towering purple flame soared into the sky and swallowed the two of them. Roar! Roar! At the same time, the group of demons immediately caught up with the experts from Muang Valley, who were preparing to report. Chapter 9:24. Killing one was a sin, but killing 10,000 was a hero. In just a few days, the news of the Wind-Chasing Legion, one of the 6 elite squads that the Heaven Dynasty had sent to the 100 Kingdoms province, perished in the mountain range between the two provinces, once again set off a shocking wave in the victorious East Province. Not a single one of the 500,000 elite soldiers survived. All of them were killed and slaughtered. The shock brought about by this news was comparable to a landslide or a tsunami. All the great sects and powers were greatly shocked, and the miserable state of those 500,000 soldiers before their deaths couldn't help but appear in everyone's minds. The wails of the wronged souls resounded in the valley. Hiss, what a scary guy. He killed 500,000 people in one go. Just thinking about it sends shivers down one's spine. The streets and alleys, taverns, and tea-houses could be said to be abnormally bustling these days. Even if it was a few young ladies who never left their homes or 3-year-old children who didn't know any better, they would pay special attention to the name Chu Hen. Without a doubt, after the ancient desolation Heaven Domain ended, everything that the young man named Chu Hen did attracted the attention of everyone in the province. He killed so many people. It's simply inhumane. I hope that bastard will be caught and killed by the sects as soon as possible. That's right. As long as Chu Hen lives, the turmoil in the victorious East Province will never stop. You guys don't know, but Elder Lei Wen of the Thunder Saint Palace was also killed. What, Elder Lei Wen is dead? That's right. Not only Lei Wen, but also the 3rd, 4th, and 5th elders of the Innocence Valley. It's said that they all died in the hands of Chu Hen. The robbery of the blood refining sect was also done by Chu Hen. Oh my God! Crazy! Terrifying! More and more news about Chu Hen caused people to fiercely suck in a breath of cold air. They became more and more shocked. The storm in the Victory East region became more and more intense. At the same time, there were more and more teams that joined in the hunt for Chu Hen. Other than the various large sects, there were also people from all walks of life who held slogans of upholding justice and thought highly of themselves. They also chased after Chu Hen's whereabouts. However, anyone with a discerning eye knew that those people were merely after the treasures in Chu Hen's possession and the so-called Black Kshetra, divine, lightning heart. Moreover, if anyone were to kill Chu Hen at this time, their reputation would absolutely be like the sun in the sky, and they would gain both fame and fortune. Of course, there were also a small number of people who admired Chu Hen. Killing one is a crime. Slaughtering 10,000 is a hero. Chu Hen single-handedly massacred hundreds of thousands of people. Such a magnificent feat would definitely shock the world. As the waters of the Victory East region became more and more muddy, the situation became more and more chaotic. In less than half a month, even more explosive news spread. After the Wind-Chasing Legion, the other elite divisions of the Heaven Unified Dynasty, the Devil Tiger, Bloodthorn, and Xiongho, suffered heavy losses from Chu Hen. Although these 3 legions were not completely annihilated like the Wind-Chasing Legion led by Wu Gui, they also suffered heavy casualties. Each of them lost 100 to 200,000 soldiers. The huge blow caused them to be utterly defeated, and they no longer had the strength to attack the 100 Nations region. Not only that, but there were also more than 30 intense battles that erupted around these 3 great legions. Every time someone discovered them, they would only see a ground littered with corpses that were too horrible to look at. More and more people joined the ranks of those who chased after Chu Hen. But every time they did so, it would only result in pointless bloodshed. In a short period of around 20 days, Chu Hen had actually single-handedly massacred nearly 1 million people in the Victory East region. Massacred 1 million people. This was definitely a very terrifying number. Just the Heaven Unified Dynasty alone had contributed more than 90% of the people killed. For thousands of years, this could be said to be an epic catastrophe for the Victory East region. As the incident continued to ferment, the higher-ups of the Thunder Saint Palace, Innocence Valley, Taiching sect, and other large sects became even more furious. The unlimited kill order was upgraded again. The unprecedented bounty on must-kill order was once again issued by the various large sections. The content of the must-kill order was that no matter who it was, as long as the sect was able to take down Chu Hen's head, they would be able to fulfill all of the conditions the person asked for. To countless people, this was definitely a great opportunity for them to soar into the sky with a single leap. Although Chu Hen had caused great upheavals time and time again, there were still many desperate people who were tempted by him. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. This was the principle of seeking wealth amidst danger. Perhaps when Chu Hen couldn't hold on any longer, he would just happen to be in front of them. The greed and fluke of human nature started to make this killing storm that engulfed the entire province seem far away. Not only did the various large sects want to make Chu Hen their target, but they also wanted him to become the public enemy of the entire world. For a moment, there were countless people who wanted to take Chu Hen's life. Killing and bloodshed happened almost every day. The Heaven Unified Dynasty, which suffered the most, was extremely furious. Of the 6 elite divisions that were sent to the 100 Nations region, 1 was completely annihilated, 3 were heavily injured, and the remaining 2 didn't dare to act rashly. Humiliation. Great humiliation. However, the Heaven Unified Dynasty didn't have the slightest intention of restraining themselves. Instead, they became even more aggressive. On the 3rd day after the incident, the strongest army, consisting of 10 armies, once again set out on the road to the 100 Nations region. 10 armies. A super strong army of 5 million. More than half of the resources that the Heaven Unified Dynasty had accumulated for thousands of years were taken out. At the same time, the imperial family also sent half of the experts at the Profound Sky Realm to escort the army. Big move. Definitely a big move. This kind of lineup was enough to sweep through half of the victorious Eastern region, let alone a mere 100 Nations region. Anyone could feel the anger of the Heaven Unified Dynasty's royal family. To Chu Hen, he must kill him. They must also wipe out the 100 Nations region. I want the 100 Lands region to be filled with rivers of blood and to cease to exist. Those who offend my empire, I want everything related to them to cease to exist. I want those who offend my empire to see how their birthplace is reduced to hell before they die. Those who offend me will have their entire family executed, and even 10 of their families will be considered a light punishment. 9 entire family executed. Even 10 would be considered light. This was the decree issued by the Emperor of the Heaven Unified Dynasty. The wrath of the Emperor. He wanted to raise the entire 100 Nations region to the ground as revenge for Chu Hen. Things are getting more and more serious. It seems like Lady Mengshan's death had a huge impact on Chu Hen. In the deep and dark forest, Mufeng, Haozi, Lung Lingyan, Long Xuanchuang Yi Yao, and the rest of the small team from Mount Kunlu were also searching for Chu Hen's whereabouts. Because the situation was getting out of control, Long Xuanchuang had already ordered the Ice Profound Sect's team to return to the sect first. She, on the other hand, chose to continue searching for Chu Hen's whereabouts with the rest of Mount Kunlu. In less than a month, everyone was mentally and physically exhausted. Every day, they would rush between the major regions. Once they heard news about Chu Hen, they would immediately rush over, but they were always a step too late. I wonder how the sect master and the flying immortal palace lord are doing. Lung Lingyan softly murmured. Since Gong Yangyu and Qi Hanyu were faster than everyone else, they had already started moving by themselves. However, there had been no news in the past few days, causing everyone to feel uncertain. Little monkey, your brother Chu Hen's summoned beast. Can you sense his location? Yi Yao bit her lower lip. Her eyes filled with melancholy as she looked at the little golden monkey squatting on Haozi's shoulder. Everyone looked at each other expectantly. However, the little monkey scratched its furry head and shook its head, indicating that it could not sense Chu Hen's location. The corner of Haozi's eyes narrowed, and he sighed helplessly. It will only sense when Chu Hen summons it. Even if Chu Hen uses the battle revolving 10,000 beasts diagram, if he only summons other beasts, there's no way for us to sense it. He's already killed 1 million people. Is he going to be possessed? Mu Feng's usual playfulness was gone, and his brows were full of seriousness. If they had not seen it with their own eyes in the Xian chastity region, they would never have believed that Chu Hen would go on a killing spree one day. Whoosh! Suddenly, Long Xuanxuang stopped in her tracks, and her eyes shone brightly. Everyone was stunned. They stopped and turned around to look at each other. "What's wrong? Miss Long?" Lung Lingyan asked. Long Xuanxuang looked up and said, "I can think of 2 places that Chu Hen might have gone to." "What?" "Where?" Everyone's eyes lit up. The Immortal Pavilion and the Heavenly Cloud Manor. The Immortal Pavilion? The Heavenly Cloud Manor? The few of them were stunned at first. Then Mu Feng and Haozi reacted first. They looked at each other and said in unison. Chapter 925. 7-Star Soul Pearl. Back when the Seven Souls Nation was destroyed, the 7-Star Soul Pearls were divided among the invading sections 2 months before the ancient desolate heaven region opened. Chu Hen destroyed the Shura sect, the Illusory Rain sect, and the otherworldly spirit sect in the 100 Kingdoms province. From there, he obtained the Fekta, Mizar, and Migrez star beads after that during the battle in the Xian Kshetra Sky region. Chu Hen killed the descendants of the Seven Souls Palace's imperial family and obtained the Alcade star bead again. In addition to the Dubhi star bead that he possessed, Chu Hen now had 5 star beads in his hands, as long as he obtained the remaining Merak and Alioth. He would have a complete 7-star. The remaining 2 beads were in the Heavenly Cloud Manor and the Immortal Pavilion. Long Xuanxuang deduced that Chu Hen would most likely go to these 2 places. The Immortal Pavilion is right in front. Lung Lingyan's reminder made everyone speed up. Swish, swish, swish! Many figures hurriedly shuttled through the forest. The Immortal Pavilion was built near the demonic Beast mountain range. This sect's method of survival was relatively unorthodox. It used a special secret technique that no one knew of to graft the limbs of demonic beasts onto the human body, thereby strengthening the physical strength and combat strength of the body. Of course, the existence of anything meant that it was reasonable. The Immortal Pavilion had been in the Eastern Victory State for hundreds of years. Although it was unorthodox, it had always been peaceful. However, when the group from Mount Kunlia Mountain arrived at the Immortal Pavilion, the scene before them made everyone's hearts tremble. The huge manor was rather grand. The extravagance of the buildings and pagodas inside was not inferior to some of the higher-level sections. However, this place that was comparable to a palace in an imperial city was currently filled with corpses. The blood that flowed on the ground gathered into small streams. All kinds of scales, claws, beast arms, eagle wings, and other broken limbs were scattered on the ground. Everyone shook their heads. Rather than saying that a fierce fight had broken out here, it would be better to say that a one-sided, brutal massacre had taken place. "Let's go in and take a look," said Shanjin solemnly. Before he finished speaking, Yi Yao, Long Xuanxuang, Haozi, and the others had already charged into the inner region of the Immortal Pavilion. Chu Hen, whom they hoped to see, hadn't left yet. However, the scene inside could only be described as horrifying. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single living person to be found. Haozi and Mu Feng looked at each other and sighed helplessly. "Looks like we're a step too late. Only Sky Cloud Manor is left." Everyone looked at Lung Lingyan, obviously asking for the location of the Heavenly Cloud Manor. Lung Lingyan frowned slightly, and her expression was slightly solemn. "The fastest way to the Heavenly Cloud Manor is through the Tiantong dynasty," What? Everyone was shocked in their hearts, and a bad premonition surged into their hearts. Greater East State was in chaos. All the sects and forces fell into an unprecedentedly tense atmosphere. Other than the whereabouts of Chu Hen, everyone was also concerned about the situation of the 5 million elites sent by the Tiantong dynasty. After all, the previous 6 armies had not even left the gates of the Greater East State, and nearly 1 million of them had already been killed. If something happened to those 5 million elites, then the Tiantong dynasty would truly suffer a heavy loss this time. Learn from the mistakes of the past. The Tiantong dynasty had sent out many experts to protect them, afraid that Chu Hen would not come. In a dazzling and luxurious imperial hall, there was a 5-clawed golden dragon engraved on the pillars, a flight of stairs made of gold, as well as a supreme dragon throne. All sorts of symbols of power had created the Tiantong dynasty's 1,000 years of greatness. When will our armored cavalry trample through that barbarian land? Directly above the throne room, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe and a dragon crown on his head shouted at the court officials below. His eyes were like torches. This person was none other than the ruler of the Tiantong dynasty, Xiaozong. "Your Majesty," a treacherous official respectfully replied. "According to the messenger, General Zhao and the others have already arrived at the Great Yuan Mountain. In at most 5 days they will be able to step into the 100-nation state. Why do we need 5 days?" Xiao Zhang's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. "Your Majesty, please calm down. The 5 million army is a large number. It is inevitable that there will be some bumps along the way. Pass down our decree. Anyone who delays military orders will be beheaded. Give Zhao Si 3 days to reach the 100-nation state. After that, we must exterminate all the barbarians in the 100-nation state." A thick, majestic aura swept out from Xiao Zhang's body. Anyone could feel the other party's anger and killing intent. Ever since Xiao Zhang came to power, this was the first time the officials had seen the other party so angry. "Your Majesty, please be at ease. In less than a month, there will no longer be a 100-nation state in this world. That's right. When our Heaven's Empire's cavalry descends south, we will definitely turn that barbarian land into a river of blood. Not even the fowls and dogs will be spared to show our empire's might. Those who offend our empire's might will pay a price that is 10 million times greater. Killing 9 clans was a small matter, and killing 10 clans was also a small matter. In everyone's mind, the tragic scene of the 100-nation state being plunged into misery and suffering, with corpses piling up into a mountain, appeared. Xiao Zhang placed his hands behind his back, and a trace of a cold smile appeared on his face. A general success was built on 10,000 corpses. After the 100-nation state was bathed in blood, who would dare to provoke the Heaven's Empire? Rumble. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering sound came from outside the hall. Everyone was shocked, but before they could react, 2 old men with piercingly cold auras instantly flashed to Xiao Zhang's side. "Your Majesty, be careful!" Bang! As soon as they finished speaking, an earth-shattering sword ray that emitted a boundless, terrifying aura slashed down with the force of splitting a mountain. The dazzling and resplendent sword light was like a divine blade that could split the heavens. It directly split the entire throne room into 2. Large and small rocks exploded. The divine blade-like sword ray poured out, and wherever it went, the bricks and tiles cracked, the walls were cut, and a huge ravine appeared on the floor of the hall. More than 10 civil and military officials who could not dodge in time were directly cut in half by this merciless sword ray. Xiao Zhang, under the protection of 2 imperial experts, quickly retreated from the collapsed hall. The sky darkened and rocks flew everywhere. Miserable wails and screams filled the air. Before the many experts and guards could react to what happened, a soaring roar of demonic beasts resounded throughout the world. Roar! Screech! Huge beasts with frightening, ferocious auras appeared out of nowhere in the Heaven's Empire's imperial city. Those that flew in the sky and those that ran on the ground were like meteorites that fell from the sky, smashing holes one after another and destroying luxurious buildings one after another. Countless palaces were turned into ruins, and many guards were trampled to death. In an instant, the entire imperial city fell into unprecedented chaos. All kinds of chaotic shockwaves swept in all directions, wantonly launching attacks. In the sky above the golden imperial hall that was split in half by a sword ray, a cold figure that emitted endless sharpness coldly looked at the ground, and the green holy sword in his hand was surrounded by ripples of energy. Then that sharp sword-like gaze directly shot toward Shaozong. This was a confrontation between a commoner and an emperor. However, as an emperor, the moment Shaozong met the other party's gaze, all of his supreme prestige collapsed and indescribable fear surged like a tide. Chapter 9:26. Buzz. Chaotic waves of energy engulfed the inside and outside of the imperial palace. Dust filled the sky, and the earth trembled. Huge demonic beasts wreaked havoc, setting off waves of flames and smoke. The throne room was slashed open by a sword, and many of the civil and military officials died on the spot. Xiao Zhang's eyes involuntarily trembled when he saw the young figure standing in the sky. He clenched his fists and subconsciously cried out in a cold voice, "It's you," even though he had never seen him before. Today was the first time they met, but Shaozong was very sure that the young man in front of him was the Chu Hen who caused chaos in the victorious eastern province. Surprise! A huge surprise. No one present would have thought that Chu Hen would actually dare to kill his way into the imperial palace of the Heaven Empire. What an arrogant bastard! How dare he barge into this place? The one who spoke was one of the old men protecting Shaozong. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. The other old man also frowned and revealed a frosty expression. As he looked at the ferocious giant beasts, the cold light in his eyes grew even colder. He said in a low voice, "I'm afraid this brat has come prepared. Don't be too careless." "Humph, who cares if he came prepared or not? Today, I will make sure that he won't be able to return." Whoosh! The heavy iron weapon let out a light sound in the air. The old man who spoke first put his right hand behind his back, and suddenly a flying wheel with 3 leaves appeared in his hand. The center of the flying wheel was empty, and the 3 leaves were in a spiral shape. They were incomparably sharp and flickered with a dark blue poisonous light. Killing intent filled the air, and waves of energy stacked up. Chu Hen looked at the people below. His indifferent voice seemed to cause ripples in the air. "It seems that slaughtering 1,000,000 of your troops did not teach you how to restrain yourselves." Slaughtering the enemy's elite troops seemed to be a warning to the Heaven Empire. However, they ignored this warning and became even more aggressive. They directly sent an additional 5,000,000 troops to the 100 Nations province. At this very moment, Chu Hen had directly killed his way into the imperial family of the imperial capital with an earth-shattering momentum. The expressions of everyone couldn't help but change, and at the moment of their rage, the corners of Shaozong's eyes squinted as well as he berated in a low voice, "Audacious thief, you're simply courting death. Kill him!" As soon as he finished speaking, the old man with the 3-leaf flywheel on his back released a powerful killing intent and said to the other old man, "Elder Shi, protect his majesty! Let me end this bastard's life." "Buzz!" After saying that, the old man leaped up and set off a strong gust of wind towards Chu Hen. "Insolent thief! I'm the supreme elder of the dynasty, Xing Lun. Today, I'll make sure you die under my 3 ferocious wheels. Wheel of punishment." He was a top-notch expert who could be ranked in the entire Dongxing region. His strength had already reached the 6th level of the Sky Profound Realm. The Wheel of 3 Fierce Beasts was ranked 11th on the Saint Weapon ranking. With the power of this sacred weapon, Xing Luan's battle prowess was definitely terrifying. Xiao! When he was less than 100 meters away from Chu Hen, Xing Luan directly threw out the Wheel of 3 Fierce Beasts in his hand. It pierced through the air like the divine wheel of wind and fire, and it had an extremely destructive aura. It dragged a series of afterimages in the air, and its speed was as fast as lightning as it slashed diagonally towards Chu Hen's chest. It seemed as if it wanted to kill him with a single strike. Facing such a threatening attack, Chu Hen's expression was still calm. He raised the blue sky sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword directly avoided the tip of the wheel and accurately hit the side of one of the blades. Ding! The wheel of 3 fierce beasts was instantly repelled. However, in the next instant, Elder Xing Luan flicked his wrist with a cold smile, and another swift and fierce flying wheel shot out explosively. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and he flipped his hand and repelled the second wheel with a backhand strike. Sparks flew everywhere, and true origin rained down. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth wheel. The wheel quickly slashed out from Xing Luan's palm. In an instant, more than a dozen flying wheels, flickering with the light of death, swept towards Chu Hen like a divine wheel that could take his life. The airflow between the two became especially restless and chaotic. Ding, 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 Chu Hen's eyes were like torches, and his sword moved according to his will. A series of sword phantom flickered in the air, continuously repelling the flying wheels that were flying towards him. His calm and unruffled face gave people a feeling that they couldn't see through him and couldn't see through him. Ding! When the last flying wheel was repelled by Chu Hen, a cold and gloomy wind suddenly attacked from behind. Whoosh! Like a ghost, the afterimages floated, and Xing Luan, who was in front of Chu Hen a second ago, suddenly appeared behind him. In this world, it's not only your blue sky sword that has the ability to speed up. Go to hell. Trash. Xing Luan's wrinkled old face revealed a sinister smile. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, the withered old hand held a sharp flying wheel and directly slashed towards Chu Hen's neck. It was a matter of life and death. There was no way to avoid it. Below, Shout Song, Elder Shi, and the others from the Heaven Unified dynasty all revealed cold expressions. That damned thing had finally come to an end. Hiss! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing through flesh assaulted the eardrums of everyone present. Fresh blood blossomed behind Chu Hen's back and danced. Everyone's pupils constricted, but they saw that Chu Hen didn't even turn his head, and his back was facing Xing Luan. Chu Hen clenched his hands and used a sword sheathing technique to directly stab the blue sky sword into Xing Luan's abdomen. Chi-chi! Violent black lightning covered the holy sword and entered Xing Luan's body, paralyzing the opponent's meridians and limbs. As a result, the sharp flying wheel in Xing Luan's hand stopped in the air before it could reach Chu Hen's neck. It was a clean and efficient sword strike, and an extremely bold sword. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them and didn't know what to do. It was as if Chu Hen already knew that Xing Luan would flash behind him. He didn't even wait for the opponent to make a move and had already stabbed the sword into Xing Luan's body. This guy, Elder, she clenched his fists with eyes full of hatred. Even though he was struck by Chu Hen's sword, Xing Luan, as the supreme elder of the Heaven's Unified dynasty, was not an ordinary person. He immediately steadied his mind, and a vast amount of true essence surged out. Then his palm covered in dense light firmly grasped the blade of the blue sky sword, and he forcibly retreated. Hiss! Blood gushed out from his abdomen. Damn it! Xing Luan's eyes were wide open as he gritted his teeth. He didn't care about his injuries and immediately retreated 100 meters away. Then he raised his arms and, along with a soaring power, countless flying wheels flew out from his body like wind blades. Divine wheel blood formation. Swish, swish, swish! The sound of the rapid piercing wind filled the sky and covered the earth. The densely packed flywheels drew lines of beautiful arcs in the air, then attacked Chu Hen from different angles. Chu Hen dragged his sword and released a series of floating light sword shadows. With regards to the screen images that filled the sky, he acted as if they were nothing. With a flick of his sword, His figure flashed like a ghost, making it difficult for the naked eye to follow him. What was this guy's cultivation? The people of the Heaven Unified Dynasty were even more shocked. At the Xianchao firmament region, it was speculated that he was at the third rank of the Sky Profound Realm. Then, after the Thunder Saint Palace's elder Lewin was killed, it was speculated that he was at the fourth rank of the Sky Profound Realm. But now, even Xing Luan, who was at the sixth rank of the Sky Profound Realm, was almost killed. Every time Chu Hen appeared, people would overturn their previous speculations. Roar! Roar! The demon beasts continued to wreak havoc. The situation in the imperial palace was getting more and more chaotic. Xiao Zhang's mood became a lot more anxious. He had sent more than half of the imperial family's experts to the 100 Nations prefecture to escort the 5 million troops. And now, the people that were left behind were already unable to block the attacks brought by Chu Hen. Distant water could not put out a nearby fire. The power had been separated, and now the imperial palace was in danger. Looking at the palace buildings being trampled and the courtyards being razed to the ground, Xiao Zhang's anger rose as he gnashed his teeth. Elder Shi, who was at the side, also knew that Elder Xing Luan alone would not be able to defeat Chu Hen. His expression sank as he shouted to the guards behind him, "Protect His Majesty! If His Majesty loses even a single hair, all of you will be beheaded." Yes, roar! As soon as he finished speaking, a huge crocodile covered in thorny back armor broke through the palace wall and pounced toward Xiaozong. Its huge mouth opened wide, and a bloody smell came out. Humph! Impudent beast! Elder, she snorted coldly, then leaped up and landed steadily on the back of the huge crocodile. Then he clenched his fists and stepped forward in a horse stance. With a deep voice, he shouted, "1,000 catty fall, buzz!" The sudden burst of power was comparable to the pressure of Mount Tai. A circle of brown light spread out from under Elder Shi's feet. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was extremely clear. The huge crocodile's huge body bent into a bow shape and then fell heavily to the ground. Its scales cracked and its internal organs were smashed, creating a huge pit on the ground. Elder, she did not look at the huge crocodile's corpse. Once again, he raised a monstrous flame and rushed towards Chu Hen. Rhino God Force. Buzz! A vast amount of true essence surrounded Elder Shi's body like a storm, and the airflow above the entire imperial city became particularly restless. Moo! The roar of a bull and a beast resounded through the sky. Immediately, a phantom of a huge golden rhinoceros appeared outside Elder Shi's body, like a divine beast of heaven and earth. The huge golden rhinoceros burst out with an aura that directly suppressed all the beasts present. Whether it was its strength or speed, it was especially shocking. Elder Shi, who was surrounded by the phantom of the giant rhinoceros, aggressively rushed towards Chu Hen in the sky. Xing Luan. He shouted loudly. I know. Xing Luan understood tacitly, and his face revealed a touch of ruthlessness. Buzz, buzz. Xing Luan stood up with one hand, and a steady stream of red light poured into the sky. At the same time, the flying wheels that filled the sky quickly gathered in his hand. The air waves that stirred up the sky whistled in all directions. In an instant, a flywheel that was rotating at a high speed appeared in the sky. Substantial flames burned, and the diameter of the flying wheel continued to increase. Looking from afar, Xing Luan was holding a huge wheel of wind and fire. Once one was entangled in it, there would be no corpse left. Let's see where you can escape this time. Die!